Hey you guys, what's up? This is the Logic Only Zone. I hope you guys are having a great day today. Welcome to Logic Church, everybody. Started this a few minutes early here, wanted to get things going. Going to be watching the chat for people coming in and looking for people to join the Hangout. I'm going to get things set up here. And so, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the show. No specific guests today. We do seem to have a fair number of people coming, so it'll be a surprise to see who shows up. So I'm pretty excited about that. Gonna listen to some amping up music, get myself all amped up for this. Have some interesting questions, some interesting ideas I'm floating around today. So should be a good time. I hope you guys enjoy. And feel free to fast forward a bit to get to the part where people join the room. These usually go about 4 to 5 hours. Hopefully we don't go that long today. Usually when we have a really good guest on the show, we tend to go pretty far. So we tend to be here for a while. So, but who knows who will be here today. So who knows how long this thing will go. Pretty excited. Again, like I said, I'm going to go quiet just for a few minutes because I'm going to be working on this stuff. So thank you guys for coming and welcome to Logic Church again. Feel free to share. Feel free to like. These things knock the video up to make it easier for people to see. More people will find the video, more people will watch the show, stuff like that. So, you know, if you guys are watching, please share the video. That will help bring people in to see the show. Because, you know, it's supposed to be a show, so it's the best when we're watching it live. It's supposed to be interactive and all of that. Okay. Also, I want to let you guys know, I ordered the wrong cable for my microphone setup. So I have my whole microphone set up except for the cable to plug it into the computer. So I'm going to be ordering that again this week, the proper one. And I'm going to have a really great microphone setup. So I'm pretty excited. Going to be experimenting with that. Should be a good time. Lots of fun stuff coming up, you guys. Also, I have a 500 gigabyte external hard drive, which I'm emptying, and I will be saving all of the Logic Churches and all of that stuff on there. And I'll be doing video editing with that and posting highlights this week, hopefully. If not, definitely by next week. I'll definitely have that stuff taken care of and be on the way with that stuff by next week for sure. So yeah, pretty excited about that. Excited to hear what everybody else is doing. Excited to see who will show up. So yeah, just chatting away. Okay, I'm gonna start posting the link around to join you guys. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday, taking it easy, not working too hard, you know. Hoping everybody's praying to logic rather than fantasy today. Let's see. I was just watching Eminem new WTF, number 382, Lost in Shit Space. And yeah, really do love the stuff that Gary makes. Interesting place to philosophize from. So I'm a big fan of Gary. He was on here last week. It was really good. I really loved what Gary had to say. Definitely gets my brain tingly, makes me think. So anything that makes me think, anything that challenges me, definitely like that stuff. And, you know, I like people who appeal to logic, of course. That's always a plus. Okay. Okay, link to join is in the description now. So you will want to refresh your page. And also, it's been posted in the announcement, so you guys can get in through there as well. Well, I'm going to prepare a little philosophy here. And while I'm doing that, I think I'll have a bit of a chat with you guys to keep things entertaining as we wait. So I posted the link again in the description of the video if you guys want to join. I've also posted it in the announcement for you know, people I sent invitations to. So it's very available, so people can join as they will. I watched this video that somebody did on something Gary said called unintelligent design. And the basic premise to Gary's philosophy is Gary thinks that for some reason, we don't know why, a cell began replicating. And the process that it does so is in a sort of a wasteful way. The natural selection is the most predatorial wins, the most tenacious and aggressive and brutal wins, you know. Makes me think of I think it's 1984. If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stomping on a human head forever, you know. That kind of stuff. But I mean, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like you think about an alligator in the water, that's like that alligator has survived because hunting things in muddy water is such a great hunting strategy. It's such a great survival strategy for killing things and eating them and stuff like that. But I think what we really need to focus on here is we need to start promoting animals and the selection of things that are not predatorial. It shouldn't be the predatorial aspects of life and things of life or whatever that we promote. So we don't want to like make sure the alligator wins. And that's the problem with things like capitalism, stuff like that. It promotes and it caters to the most aggressive and destructive and violent of us. It caters to the natural selection that basically is wasteful. And that's why our society is wasteful, because it's appealing to the predatorialness of life and the natural selection process in a way that it's honest to it. And you know, you think, oh, it's like a part of nature, and so maybe it's good, but it's not, because it's nature is fucked. And you know, thankfully we've developed intelligence, and this is an incredible survival strategy, and we can use it to overcome that stuff. But the only tool that we have is logic, is what I'm saying. So we need to use logic to overcome our natural predatorial instincts that are part of natural selection. Because we will just fall into fantasy and like repress our thoughts and ignore the way things are because it's bloody and brutal. And so people appeal to the ignorance is bliss fallacy. Hey, what's up? Welcome to Logic Church.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Welcome.
Thanks. I usually on the YouTube I go by Inventive Harvest.
Okay.
And I was watching your video this week where you're talking to Stephen Molyneux.
Yeah.
Is that you? Okay.
Yeah.
It seemed that in the video you're upset that he was using metaphor?
No, see, what it is logic is an infallible system, and fallacies are correct 100% of the time. So if you break a fallacy, then your argument is flawed in a way that's irredeemable. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, so basically, he was breaking like fallacies all over the place, and he was being like a sensationalist and like using illusion to demonstrate the argument and infiltrating the romantic part of the brain and manipulating you through that, rather than stating the argument within a logical framework. So that was my argument.
Okay. So,
yeah.
But I mean, he was appealing to emotion through the use of metaphor.
No, that's just part of it. It's kind of like if I say, I'm a snowman, I'm a snowman, I'm a snowman, I'm a snowman. You know, because I've said it a bunch of times, now you're thinking I'm a snowman. So like just because you say something doesn't mean it's true. So you have to have a logical framework to what you're saying for it to be accurate. And so he was like not doing that. So his argument is like basically invalid. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it didn't seem like he was really making a formal argument. It seems like the argument had already been made, like, elsewhere on his website or something, and
Well,
then
he
he was
didn't.
just kind of having a phone conversation.
Well,
But,
no, because he made that video with the purpose to demonstrate a point. And so, like, you can't say, like, oh, well, this video here, this one's not going to be associated with logic. It's just going to be sensationalist, and then that's okay. Because someplace else in another universe, he's made that argument. You see what I'm saying?
well, I'm just saying, once
Yeah.
you have an argument there, your argument is constructed.
Well, what
With
I'm saying
logic.
is his presentation is flawed, and it's manipulative in a way that's wrong
Did you
based
watch?
on logic.
Did you watch the video he made the following day, where it was like, because in the video you responded to, he was talking about that the social laws of physics are changeable, and then the very next day he makes a video where he's saying,
Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
inflation's gonna or printing money is gonna cause inflation, and that's the laws of physics, and you can't change it.
well, you got to
Right, so
have
that's definitely
evidence.
a
So,
contradiction.
well,
from-
he's got to supply evidence. So he's got to state his argument in a clear, concise, organized way. Otherwise, he's just telling you to believe him. So that's what he's doing. He's getting you in the habit of just going with it. You see, so it's a manipulative way to demonstrate an idea. So he's not a good presenter, is my point.
I'm not saying that he wasn't being manipulative.
Oh, no, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, be careful with the rationalization of him when this is a prime example of him being folly. You see what I'm
Sure.
saying?
You
Yeah.
can always find it's folly in Stephen Molyneux, right?
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
okay.
The way to go is he's got two videos. One's about first principles, where he sets up a bunch of rules of what you should do, and another video he's got is where he kind of refutes refutations of Ayn Rand, right? And he says, well, all these refutations of Ayn Rand are all fallacious, and he gives a list of a bunch of things that you can't do, that you can't, like, make argument ad hominem and this kind of stuff, that saying, well, Ayn Rand's wrong because
Yeah.
she's a great person.
And
It's going to be fallacious.
And he
yet,
does those. He does straw man in that video as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many of his videos, you can find him breaking his own rules.
Yeah, and so that's the point. Like, if you're going to say logic matters, then you have to use it all the time, right? Yeah.
No, I see. That's where I disagree with you. I think logic is important, but there's a lot of different methods of reasoning besides logic. And then once you've got a solid argument put together, you can convey that argument in an emotional way through the use of metaphor.
Yeah, but it's appealing to weakness.
As long as there's an underlying logic behind the metaphor.
No, no, not quite. Not quite. Like, okay, if something is true, it's true all the time. So if logic is true, then it's true all the time. So if I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to use logic, and I agree that logic is the shit, but in this particular video, I'm not going to use logic to make a point about rebelling against society and the government and things like that, that's a little flawed. You see what I'm saying?
Well, logic is very hard to follow sometimes.
Well, yeah, but there's only like 50 fallacies you need to know, so it's not like it's not that hard.
Like if I asked you right now, could you tell me, like, what the De Morgan law is?
You see, like, I keep my eye on them, and then I know the ones that people are usually breaking, and then every once in a while, there may be like one that people break that I miss, and that's just part of, my human weakness. But, you try your best to do it as well as you can.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, logic's got a lot of weird symbols in it and whatnot, and it's hard to get people to know what you're talking about when you use it.
Well, and that's why I do this show. That's what I want people to learn. That's why we do this.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the goal. So I totally hear you. Yep. Let's see. Okay, so we're on now. So it's noon, so we definitely started. Okay, guys, so the link is in the description. There's a few people watching, so if you guys want to get in, the link is in the description. It's also been posted on the announcement for the Hangout, so you guys can get it there as well. Cool. So in Inventive Harvest, do you have a channel? Do you do stuff on here?
Yeah, I talk with Hyfloday and Pyro about stuff like logic and economics and quantum physics or consciousness or whatever kind of the soup du jour is.
Right. And I don't know if you heard what I was saying before you came in. I was talking about unintelligent design, about how nature naturally selects the most brutal and effective killing machines, like an alligator, basically. That's one heck of a killing machine.
I agree with that.
Well, I could say that rabbits aren't killing machines,
but they have their own survival skills though. They reproduce like mad. They hide underground. They eat roots and stuff. They have their little niches.
Yeah, if you don't have survival skills of some kind, whether that's like the killing or the reproducing or hiding or whatnot, you need some kind of survival skills, or else they're not going to survive.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is there are examples of rabbits. Rabbits are a fairly harmless animal, and they have fairly decent survival skills. So what I'm saying is how do we promote survival skills that are more like the rabbit rather than the alligator in society? You see what I'm saying? So the growing of proper survival skills that are not destructive.
We have to take away the fear, because a lot of times people are fearful, and so they become more like a predator because of fear.
Interesting. Hello, Heathloday. Good sir. Welcome to Logic Church.
You right?
Let us pray. Let us pray. Oh, great Logic. For you are the most holy of holies, shining down upon us. No, I'm just kidding.
Have you seen men who stare at goats? They do a prayer, don't they? It's to pray to the sun or something. The chakra.
Yeah, chakra. Chakra of the universe.
And there's a funny. Hang on.
What's that?
It's there's a weird echo, and it's because I've got the Hangout playing in the YouTube as well as here with the Hangout, and I'm like, what's going on?
What is happening?
Yeah, just oh my. So
how you feeling? How you feeling, man?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
All right.
Yeah. But that's what you're supposed to say. I just heard your question about the what is it called? Why does nature select the most brutal? And then Inventive Harvest gave you a counter example, and it was like, oh right, but yeah, it's not really brutal, is it? The bunny rabbit.
Yeah, the bunny rabbit. Yeah.
The brutal bunny rabbit.
So that destroys that argument then, because it's there's an example of it not being that way, so you can't say it's like that all the time. Yeah.
This is where me and Emendum got to. When you trace it back, it comes down to what counts as value, yeah. And that's the big question. What you're going to admit as value, whether there is such a thing as intrinsic value, in which case you can formulate the statement you just made about the brutality in other ways, as Emendum does, and it's stronger, let's say. But you know, well, all you have to do is moderate it and say that it does happen. You know, it is it's a brutal game, he would say, isn't it? He wouldn't say it creates brutal creatures. You know, the rabbits. I once was working in Scotland, and I was driving through the back roads of the hills, and I saw a large crow. There was a field full of rabbits and tiny baby rabbits, and this large crow was jumping up in the air, well, flying a little bit, and then swooping down, and gripping it with its talons and trying to kill it with its beak and get it to bleed or something. And I slammed on in my car and got out and was like, "Oh, leave it alone, cute bunny rabbits."
Yeah.
But how many bunny rabbits were there?
Oh,
a lot.
Hundreds.
Well, see
I don't know. I didn't count. Too many to count. Let's just say that. It was really everywhere.
Well, like he was saying, that's part of their survival mechanism is to just breed constantly.
Yeah, breed like rabbits.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, like, if there weren't any predators, the rabbits would overbreed, and if the rabbits overbreed, then there's going to be, they're going to be kind of on the brink of starvation all the time. There's going to be just, they're all competing for the food sources.
Right.
Interesting.
And so, in some ways, the fact that the fox or the crow eats the rabbits, that part sucks. Getting eaten by a fox has got to not be very fun at all. But the whole rest of your life, although it's made a bit shorter, has got more moments of happiness in it because of the predators, which is a weird kind of symbiosis.
Like, you mean like, oh, I made it through this time and I didn't get killed? Is that what you mean?
It's true.
I don't know. I got a lot of. I was talking about that on a hangout with Pyro last week, and I got a lot of objections from this guy Hoverboarder who was saying like, no, getting eaten by a fox it's just horrible, and that's just the end of the story. Right? I'm probably misstating his argument, but I think the anti-natalists would have some objection to the idea that the predators make things better off for the rabbits.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, and it kind of seems like it's somehow somewhere in between both of those perspectives. It's kind of a weird thing, maybe there's an alternate way of looking at it, like everything is a blanket, and everything within that blanket is somehow connected completely, and everything affects each other, and there's somehow these positive and negative effects. Like you have animals who waste, and you have animals who don't waste and give back, or something like that. So maybe it's like kind of like a balancing act.
I reject all that because you end up imprinting a purpose on life, just
right.
like Emendum does. Emendum ends up in the same place by assigning a value, and it sounds rather brutal to say, yeah, the rabbit getting eaten alive by the fox has no value. It has value in the sense that I empathise with it, and it has the pain it is. But if you end up exactly where Emendum says you end up, if you do work so simplistically and say that is intrinsic value, you do end up logically realising that we have to destroy ourselves, and so that itself is a pointer to the error in the inside, to my mind. I can feel empathy for the bunny rabbit, as I've demonstrated, and say that's all it is, because what differentiates between a machine? I've just watched a good YouTube called Consciousness Explored and Explained by World Science Festival, and it comes down to what counts as a an organism that has value. So you end up calling machines conscious, and if they say ouch, then you're a bad person. Yeah, and it's like, at what level are you going to say?
I started watching that video and I haven't gotten all the way through it yet, but it looks pretty good. It had Alan Alda from the MASH TV show, like kind of moderating between a neuroscientist and the guy that wrote a bunch of movies like, what did he write? Like the Being John Malkovich and Adaptation and all these kind of heavy movies. So I'm looking forward to watching that when I get a chance.
It's good. It basically is the one guy telling us about neurology. The other two guys aren't very good. I mean, they make it flow a little bit, but the best bit about it is the lecturing from the one, whatever he is, neuropsychologist or whatever. So. Oh, cute baby. Who's got the baby?
It's True's babe. E. Babe E. It's cute. It's funny we're talking about like natural selection and how bad humans are, and we're looking at a baby.
Logic. Do you believe in such a thing as intrinsically bad? And how would you approach the question?
No, well, I can't logically, so I wouldn't. You know.
That's you see. I watched the Hangout with Emendum, and the thing is with Emendum is, you know, you find so much of what he says, like you get whipped up in agreement. Like, how can you say it's difficult to speak against him? You know, if he's saying it's horrible, just like Harvest was saying that the guy on Pyro's channel was saying, you know, it's just bad, the rabbit getting eaten. How do you, without sounding like a complete monster,
it's an impression of how
I empathize. I feel pain, and I can't bear to see it, and there's such but I recognize it as an emotional reaction, and you know, I just can't bring myself to say, as Emendum says, that it's a logical insight. Otherwise, I'd be able to articulate some other truth about it.
Yeah. So then you perceive. What's your theory on life, Fivo, today?
My theory on life.
Yeah, because like this is like Gary's life theory. So yeah, do you have one?
Emendum. You asked this to Rizzle the other day, didn't you? And everybody understands there's no purpose to life, the theory of life. Well, I'm struggling to get grips with myself, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think we're a bunch of organisms with a dominant organism. And to my mind, to my sensibilities, we're progressing over a long time scale, and I think we'll progress even more. You know, it really it makes me almost literally mad. I mean, to think about the universe and the problems and the intractability of physics and you know, I was out just looking at the stars last night with my dog, and you know, it just blows my mind. It's probably better to say it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my theory, is that it's like, you know, the old saying, it's an enigma wrapped in a puzzle inside a maze. You know, it's like
right. And not only that, but I bet if we traveled to other planets, I bet their evolutionary scheme is totally different. I bet their natural selection is different. You know, because like that's not necessarily something that's innately part of the universe. It could be a specific reaction that is unique just to us that's causing our evolution in the way that it's going. You see what I'm saying?
And, you know, addressing what he said
Yeah.
earlier about destroying ourselves, maybe we just need to try to push off the planet and try to, you know, have a breakaway society.
I tell you what, I've just come on from watching the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still, yeah, and he's saying that, oh, the lady says to him, are you our friend? Are you here to save us? And he says, I'm here to save the Earth. You know, like the Earth's a person, you know, that feels harm. You know, I mean, he didn't come to save it when it became completely ice covered, you know, and you know, he didn't come to save the dinosaurs and all the, you know, there's been loads of, what's they called, mass extinction events, you know. So it's the concept of valuing animals in it, you know.
Yeah.
Is a little bit flawed in the way Mendham does, I think, you know.
Yeah, he's using his personality and projecting it a bit, like, because he's freaked out, he's sort of projecting that you should be freaked out. And I think it's kind of like, I did this video on Stefan Molyneux where I was criticizing his presentation format, and I suppose, like, if you have a presentation format and you're letting your personality or your feelsies get in the way of how you're presenting the argument and the logic of the argument that you want to make, then it kind of nullifies everything you've said. You have to be really careful about how you're presenting it. So, yeah.
Well, to me, this is another thing, is you grow up with this outlook that, like, it would be a bad thing if the human race got wiped out. And that's, I have to accept in the great scheme of things, if I don't accept intrinsic goods and bads, is that it wouldn't. The human race could just be passing through. We might, for whatever reason, be annihilated in the next 100 to 1,000 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And a whole new evolutionary organism becomes the top dog. And it's the one which explores the, you know, the regions of space that we've not got to yet, you know.
Yeah, totally.
But what you said about different forms of evolution, I think there's only one evolutionary process, that is natural selection. Like, they say it's a bad term. I can't remember why, but they say survival of the fittest doesn't really capture it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's procreation, isn't it? The reason survival of the fittest isn't the best encapsulating phrase for evolution is because it's not necessarily about survival. It's about purely your genetic progeny. But so if life takes hold on another planet, it's going to get involved in some kind of rat race like that.
Yeah.
I can't see it. Not necessarily. But that's why evolution rubs out the need for a designer. Any other process, kind of, maybe there are other evolutionary processes that don't need a designer, but but they'd have to set up some sort of gameplay where you have, like, evolution, the mutations. Otherwise, you'd just be stuck with the very first life form, and nothing would change. You need a force, an evolutionary force, to push the change, don't you?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's, I mean, go ahead.
So what do you think is the motivational force right now to move us forward? Do you think it's computers and gathering with people, or do you think it's just honing your skills? What do you think?
We've become a what's the word? An academic culture, if you like, where, you know, you say back in the day, you know, 8,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, we was a, you know, one's physical prowess would be probably a leading characteristic that made you head of the village, you know. But now it's more one's brain power. So that's the leading evolutionary force that's acting on us now. And you know, I do worry. I used to reject the claim ever so strongly that I had a very prejudiced friend who was like, oh, the poor and the criminals, they're like a scum underclass that have evolutionary inferior brains to the middle class and upper classes. And I used to say there's no evidence for that, and you know, they're just misfortunate in their educational opportunities and this, that, and the other. But I wonder if it could transpire over the very long term that could actually change, and that we would have two species of humans or more, you know, with different, you know, we're like you know, women select men in my culture. You know, I live in a you know, based on how many tattoos they've got, for instance. So if you get that selection, you know, and the beefiness perhaps going off in one neighbourhood, you know, selecting for macho characteristics and not necessarily brain power, IQ. And if you had it in another area, women selecting for, you know, bank managers and lawyers and such forth, it could happen. It could happen over the long term, but it's a fear, and that's why I push human rights and, you know, education as a fundamental mark point to shoot for.
Yeah, I just think that our current education system is totally a waste of time. That's all.
Agreed.
Yeah, they don't learn anything, you know.
Well, let's be careful. Let's moderate it. There's a lot of problems in it. But,
yeah,
you know, compare it to the education system of, you know, Zimbabwe or something. You know, it does.
Oh yeah, it's best that we have so far. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and there's a lot of problems in it.
But one way to get around that, I have found, is to let your children go to school, but as they're learning certain things, you also put in the effort to teach them. Because if parents don't put in the effort to help them learn the things that are wrong with the education system, then it's never going to change. Both of my children are very smart, but it's because I had them reading earlier, and I helped them in school.
Are you fairly clever? You feel? How did you do? I think that.
Yeah.
I feel. The thing is the way I see it is, it can seem I did that a lot with my son, you know, and it's very easy to criticize the families that don't, but it becomes a vicious circle whereby you get you know, I worked down the mine when I left school, and you know, a lot of people did, you know, very hard labouring jobs and never succeeded in education, and it was all about, you know, like a macho job, yeah, and those people don't value education, and when their children come in with homework, I imagine them having internal fear and saying like, oh, don't bother me with that, the school teacher will help you with it, you know, because they don't know how to do fractions. So,
yes,
you know,
I agree with that also.
And
I agree that education needs to be changed. Totally. There's so much wrong with our education system. But then I also agree that if you do have the smarts to help your children, to try to help them have the responsibility to say, I'm smart enough to do this, to help them. But I totally understand, because I have friends that can't help their children with homework, and it is a vicious cycle.
But there's an argument you could make that you shouldn't help your children. You should let the state take everybody at an even level and develop them as they naturally want to.
Oh,
You understand that you could take that position, though. I'm not putting it
Yeah.
forward because I see a lot of my peers and in my social culture that I exist in, kids, parents teaching their children to fight and throw punches. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe it's morally repugnant to teach a 4-year-old how to throw a full-blown clenched knuckle fist, followed by several, a real tirade of fist throwings. I think it's morally wrong to teach. And I've done karate through my youth and boxing in my older 20s, and I can handle myself, but I've chose never to teach my son these things. I want him to move away from them rather than into these situations. But the culture I exist, take the similar, just how you teach and I taught my child educational values, the culture I exist in, there's a lot of people teach their cultural values of you be able to stick up for yourself, and it perpetuates violence and bullying because they don't have the...
Hey, Flode, can I bolster your argument?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, so I have a kid who is the most badly behaved kid, will not listen, always crazy, always yelling, always running, and his parents, to solve that problem, they're having him learn boxing.
Yeah.
And it's like, so the child who has no control of their mind and no control over their body is going to learn to be violent.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thinking. Anyway, continue.
It's the immaturity. A child's not mature enough to handle the tools with which you're going to equip them. I mean, sometimes, arguably, sometimes they say it gets the energy out and it teaches them a discipline. But I don't think that's the case. Through karate and boxing, I've known a lot of bully types.
Yeah.
They all the people on steroids. When I used to work as a doorman in a club, and half the bouncers were on steroids, and young lads just eager for fighting and easy pickings. It was quite shameful, really.
See, I think karate is a way to learn how not to fight. The first thing they teach you in karate is how to block. And so that way, if you know how to block, then if someone tries to attack you, you won't be afraid of it. And you can deal with the situation in a thoughtful manner.
In my mind, karate doesn't work practically because I've been hit first several times, and the bully type wants to give you no chance. He wants to come in. He either gets in very quickly into your personal space, and he strikes you with leaving no opportunity to, in karate you face each other off. It's both understood that violence is going to happen, and you see it and you block. But in the street fight, the game is for them to get close, gobbing it off or whatever, and then go without you realizing they was planning that all along.
Yeah, that's what they teach. Quick close. I go in quick. I hit. I get out. I go in quick. I kick. I get out. And that's when you're thinking about fighting somebody, you're just thinking about fighting them. You're not thinking of like the morality of it. If this person's dangerous and I need to protect myself, it's all about survival. So you're teaching kids like the fundamentals of survival within physically aggressive environments.
Yeah.
I also think that it's a little different where I'm at because I live in a very small town and the cops are always in everybody's business and whatever. So if somebody was to actually fight somebody to the point of, their lip busted or something like that, somebody would call the cops on somebody, which is ridiculous. People end up getting hit up where they can't have any kind of release, and then it causes these crazy problems like people grabbing a gun and going and shooting people. And I think that that happens because we don't we can call the cops for assault, we can call them for harassing phone calls, we can call them for all these stupid things, and I think that contributes to some of the insanity that goes on.
I don't. You mean that they should be allowed to sort it out for themselves?
I think that if it's a male to male, you know, whatever, that they should be able to settle it themselves, because there's so many males in my culture that the rage is just simmering right under the surface, and they're going to explode one day because they can never just deal with stuff.
Female and female can sort it out then amongst themselves, I presume, by your reasoning. Children on children.
Females are more apt to settle it without fighting. If I mean, in my experience, but I mean, I can't really use my experience because most females won't fight me for whatever reason. I guess I have big shoulders and they think whatever. So I really don't know.
But that's the point. Is you shouldn't really make these judgments from personal experience. You know, you're actually supposed to, you know,
Right.
get some insight into this situation, look at the consequences, and, you know, figure out, you know, I don't know, I can't say any more than I so strongly disagree, because when people sort things out for themselves, they are the arbiters of their own justice, yeah, and what one person thinks is, you know, you deserve a good hiding, you know, just a burst lip or a bruised cheekbone for disrespecting me. Another guy can think that you need hospitalizing for such things, or if you spill a drink over me through being clumsy and not aware and maybe being a little bit over intoxicated, you're saying that can be sorted out, you know. I mean, this what you're saying is, I don't know if you have children, but if you was ever to lose a loved one through egregious violence, you know, I think you might feel differently.
Well, I think that it needs to be addressed. I don't necessarily think that they need to fight it out, but I think there should be something that males can do to help take off that steam. Like, I don't know, have some kind of place where they can just hit each other with rubber bats.
I hear that, because part of the problem is the police aren't always there to, you know, to protect you,
No.
and you don't want them everywhere. Nobody wants a society where, you know, if you bump into a guy in the street and he gets angry because he's, you know, got things on his mind or whatever, you don't want to cop a policeman, you know, 2 yards away, and you go, protect me, he's angry at me.
Well,
You don't want that sort of society, but the flip side is that we do have to deal with these things ourselves.
That's the way it is where I live, though. I live in a small town, and you can't do anything without the cops showing up. And so it's very hard to live your life whenever you can catch a stupid charge for, like, calling somebody a name or something.
I would laugh so hard if that happened.
That's a different issue, as the over, you know, I believe in, you know, punishments to suit the crime sort of thing. Well, I'm not a death penalty fan, but overzealous policing is a separate question, you know. My parents and grandparents, all in my hometown, they all always like to reminisce about the good old days when the copper used to give a clip round the ear to the children who were being naughty and, you know, and such like. So some people actually want what you dislike, and I don't think I would like the police round so much. I don't want a police state. You know, there has to be, maybe there's some third way, you know, where you don't quite get the police involved, but, you know, you have a community sort of unofficial.
It is so bad here that we got rid of our car 6 years ago because once you make a name for yourself in our town, you could be driving just to the grocery store and there's a cop and they say, oh, there's a P&N Mo, let's pull him over. You know, and so it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
So Heath O'Day, I think maybe I'm turning over to your philosophy a bit. I'm kind of getting pulled around. I kind of get pulled over here a little bit by Rizzle, and I get pulled over there a little bit by Gary. I'm getting pulled over here a little bit by Heath O'Day, you know.
It's hard to, it is hard to resolve, but it's worth fighting the fight in my opinion, in your mind, to try and resolve it. Because that's where humanity progresses. You know, there's a lot of people who don't bother thinking it, and
that's what I say. Is the revolution is in here. Revolution is happening. It's in here. And if you're, as long as you're shattering your reality every day and building back and creating new ideas, then you're moving ahead. You're evolving.
It's,
yeah.
So, does that satisfactorily answer your question on my theory of life?
Oh yeah, I think so. I'm kind of. It kind of seems like we get too carried away, and we don't get carried away enough. So we kind of need, yeah. You know
I'll
what
tell
I mean?
you the way I look at it. Sorry, I just had an idea of that.
Okay, no, go for it. Yeah.
Right. First of all, can we all logically agree that you have to decide on the principles first? Yeah, you don't start saying, there's a problem with that. What would you do if this and oh, we can't do that. It costs too much. And the first things first is agreeing the principles. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and then the cost or the consequences are the consequences or the cost, right?
Yeah, well, afterwards, once you've agreed the principles, then you look at the pragmatics of the situation and strive towards the principles of the best you can.
Okay.
Right?
Have you made a video? Have you made a video like that specifying what those principles are?
Probably. I've made lots of, whether I've articulated it in this particular way, but I've made a lot where I'm sure I've said, you know, getting the principles first in videos, but whether it was in dialogues within Mendham or not, I'm not sure. But I've definitely said that before. But going further is if you understand that, I'd like to argue with people on the basis of human rights and say, okay, those are the principal statements, and I'd say which ones you're rejecting and why.
Yeah.
You know, I believe in granting you the freedom to worship whatever God you want, sexual practices, whatever you want. Right? These are all human rights. I believe you have the right to life, principally. You know, all these the right to education, I think, is actually one.
The symbol.
Yeah.
So, and that's the way forward in my view. Is getting every. I mean, I don't think the US has signed up to the the chart. It's signed up to the Charter on Human Rights, but it's not ratified them in law, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas most of the European countries have, and that's the US's great failing is on international law agreements. You don't want to sign up to anything, you know, internationally binding, because that's what justice is. Justice is foregoing the right to be your own judge, jury, and executioner. Yeah, that's what justice is. Yeah, and the US refuses to do that because it always wants the right to act unilaterally.
I think the reason we're not joining in on stuff right now is because our country went through years and years and years of trying to fix a situation and still ended up at the beginning. So I think now we're trying to hold back a little bit because we're like, hey, there's other countries out there that can take care of this crap. But
I think you're losing the political will. You are holding back a little bit now, and it's because of the travesty of the Iraq and Afghan wars and such like, and the cost and so on and so forth. You are a little bit holding back. But historically, the US has always been this way. This is called the US's history on foreign intervention and subverting governments covertly and overtly. You know, is a matter of public record. And this is why a lot of people don't like the US, you know.
Yeah. We've kind of let our system get carried away and get away with itself, haven't we? Yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little. Just a tiny bit.
Right, well, I've got to get off now. I said I'd hook up with Pyro. I might, if you're still going later on. Yeah.
You're arguing against him, right?
I don't know. I said I'd hook up with him.
Do you connect better with him or with Gary? I find them both to be problematic in different ways.
No, I connect better with Pyro, but I've had raging wars with the pair of them. Me and Pyro have settled down to somewhat. You know, I find him a lot more reasonable and calm and such forth, which, you know, I know you like yourself. You know, that's the predominant way. The predominant requirement for me is civility, you know.
Yeah. Right on.
Anyway, I'll see you later, maybe.
Okay. Peace out.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hey, everybody who just came in, welcome to Logic Church. How's everybody
How you doing, Logic?
Pretty
Hello.
good. Oh, TJ. We can hear TJ now.
Oh. Hey, yeah, or Quantech, whichever one you want to go by. TJ's better.
Okay. Right on. Hey, Skeptor. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
I think I saw a hangout you did the other day.
With Goodfella.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey Skeptor. Your videos are awesome.
Thank you. Who am I talking to?
I'm Skillen.
Yeah.
Hi.
And this is Logic Church. We just talk about I have like a bunch of random topics, and we just talk about a bunch of stuff like that. So.
I see.
That's the thing.
Are you gonna say hi, Andrew? Are you gonna say hi?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. We have. What was the? I'm trying to remember the nickname I gave you.
The Galloglass?
The Golden Glass. It is
No,
the Golden
not
Glass.
Golden Glass.
it's
The
called
Gallo Glass. The Gallo Glass. Yeah.
the Gallo.
Yes, yeah.
Right on.
Hi, everyone.
So,
Does anybody have anything that they want to talk about? Like, if you guys have any like ideas that you've been floating around that you'd like to discuss, because I just did that. I spent the first part of the show talking about things that have been bothering me, basically, and I got you guys to refute the arguments for me. So if you guys have anything you want to talk about, that's cool.
Want to hear a cool story about what I just did?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yesterday, like I do moving for a living, and we got a job. My boss is out of town right now, so he's kind of like left the truck with me, and he's like, okay, you know, like here's the locations, here's the amount that I quote them, whatever. So he's like, oh, okay, you know, it's a flat rate for $350. It's about like 5 beds, three coffee tables, and 2 bedroom sets, right? So I go there, and then 12 hours later, it's 11 o'clock at night, and then I had to go back there today and to finish it up. So needless to say, it was worth far more than $350, and I moved more stuff. Like, I swear, there's enough stuff in there to fill 3 normal-sized houses, but I moved it out of a probably $1 million home into about a $2 million home. So...
Wow.
like, I don't know, 14 hours of on that job at this point. So that was pretty fun.
How does it make? I mean, does it leave any residual emotion that you had to like move all these items that some of them are like probably worth more than your car or something?
I don't own a car. No, not really. I mean, it's one of those things where I don't put a lot of stock into, like, for me, wealth isn't measured very much in how much money somebody has. That's just a number in an account, I guess. A lot of it comes down to how much free time you have, and for me, I'm able to pay all of my bills, and I have a lot of free time. So I consider myself to be incredibly wealthy, even more so than a lot of people who make more money.
Okay.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, and that not only that, but you probably have more simple tastes like me. So I mean, you probably don't use a lot of money.
Well, yeah, I don't require a lot of money, but I do things like I collect fountain pens and straight razors, and like I teach the swordsmanship stuff, so, and I do a bit of blacksmithing as well, like mostly making knives and cutlery. But
that's badass.
You need to get into armor making.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
Do you
my
remember
friends.
I think that there's a whole generation of people that are learning that using less money is better, because I would rather have my internet and my satellite than have a car.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you know, that's the kind of choices I make. But I can walk everywhere. I live right in town, so for me that was easy.
Well, and that's the definition of economy. People always talk about the economy, but what is real economy? Economy is being thrifty. You can't just go out and spend all your money on stuff that you're never going to use, or things that you just use temporarily.
Well, yeah, and if you have things, you have to clean it, you have to take care of it, you have to replace it.
And if you lose something, then, oh my God, if you have tons of stuff, you have lots of problems. We downsized our house of junk. It's just because if we lose something, we don't have to go through so much trouble to find it.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite movies is Fight Club, and one of the things that was really central to that is like the overwhelming consumerism and how that begins to control you and how it takes over your life. And that was one of the things that there are a couple points in my life where there were major shifts in my lifestyle. I mean, first joining the military and then leaving the military. And for me, I kind of had to like reassess what was important to me and how I was living, and it started to become, it's like everything that I have, I need it to do like 2 or 3 or 10 different things. Like I have a Leatherman, for instance, and I use that thing probably, I don't know, probably 20 times a day at this point, at least with this job. And it's like everything is starting to become more like, if it's not functional, then I try to not have it, because I don't have a lot of space, and yeah, exactly. Flashlights are extremely important too, by the way. it's one of those things where like the more you Chuck Palahniuk or however you say it, but the more things that you have, the more you get obsessed with them, and you have to do maintenance to them, and you have to like worry about people breaking in and stealing them, and then you spend all of your time obsessed with stuff instead of like life.
This is my that's my rape. This is my rape whistle, everyone. Don't rape me. No, it's my rape whistle over there.
Good question. Have you read any other Chuck Palahniuk books? Besides Fight Club?
Titanium.
I haven't. I mostly like my major like author crushes are one guy called R. Scott Bakker. I mentioned him when Gary was on. The book that I was referencing before was called Neuropath, but R. Scott Bakker is awesome, and I really like William Gibson and Heinlein.
It's hard for me to narrow it down because I've read so many books, but I love Chuck Palahniuk. He has a lot of good books, but I also like Anne Rice for the fantasy kind of stuff. But I like Philip K. Dick.
Yes.
Sci-fi books, and Bret Easton Ellis, the guy who wrote American Psycho.
Ellis.
Those are just a few of my favorites. Books I read constantly while surfing the internet. I know that's crazy, but.
I really like William S. Burroughs as well. It's really hard to get into, but once you do, then you kind of adjust to his writing style. You're just like, he's so awesome.
Yes. And have you seen the documentary they have on Netflix about him? The Pope of Dope documentary?
Yeah.
What's so funny about that is, well, I used to be an opiate addict. I've gotten over that, and it was a very hard journey. But I ran across he writes in Junkie how they used to use eyedroppers with like this little bulby thing on top, and I ran across one of those in an estate of a friend of mine where his mom had died. And I just thought it was so funny because I always wondered how they would have worked. And it's because this bulbous thing it has so much pressure that it just has a lot of suction. I know that's off subject, but it's weird that I found one. That's all I'm saying.
There's one thing particular about Junkie that kind of stuck with me, and it was when Burroughs was describing why a junkie does junk, and his point was that you don't do it for the high, you do it because it's something to motivate you to get out of bed.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can kind of relate to that, where I'm just like, if I didn't have certain things in my life, like I mentioned, I teach swordsmanship, like that's one of the major things that keeps me like up and going, and various other things similar to that. It's just kind of like there's a certain kind of a mindset that I get into where I'm just like, I don't really want to do anything, or it's just really hard for me to like find motivation to get anything done. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, if you don't have anything to like break through that, then I can understand why. I can understand the appeal of junk.
Yeah.
Look at my junk, guys.
I totally agree.
I love my junk.
My junk.
It's got a screen built in. That's pretty cool. I don't smoke weed.
Is that paraphernalia?
I don't smoke weed, so I don't know.
It's philosophy medicine.
Plastic. Is it plastic?
This is titanium. Titanium is the coolest metal. It's weird. It's a little warm. It's not like, how steel's a little cold. It's kind of chilly. I think titanium is the coolest metal because it's really warm. It's weird. It feels cool too. It's got a weird texture.
What's really bizarre about titanium is that it's totally it doesn't disturb your biology, and it's found pretty much in trace amounts throughout like pretty much everything, every plant. So that's why they make a lot of medical implants out of it. There's a very, well, almost non-existent risk of rejection.
Doesn't titanium absorb a lot of heat? I think I need to look that up to see if it.
Well, yeah, that's probably why it's warm. It must. There must be a logical answer to why it's warm. That sounds good. So
Sorry, guys,
if you're
I'm showing all my
cold,
toys.
it absorb the heat around you and like make you more cold.
Yeah, if a item is losing its energy, it will heat up the surrounding area, whereas if it's absorbing energy, it will make it cold.
So therefore, you don't want titanium around if you're cold. Is that the logic behind it?
It says apparently it dissipates heat. It's very good at dissipating heat.
Hmm.
So you can warm it up and then use it, and it would slowly release the heat. Is that what you're saying?
I think it would like rather quickly lose the heat.
Do you guys want to go on to a topic?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna offer an argument that dying is not bad. Okay, that's the argument I'm gonna offer.
I didn't know that.
I think that people get carried away. They think because in the process of dying you're gonna feel pain, that somehow they take that pain and they direct it to the fact that great pain equals no more life. I think people are making like a heuristics thing where they're jumping to a quick conclusion rather than really thinking about it, because at one point we didn't exist and it wasn't so bad. And so my argument is that death is no big deal because before we were born it was no big deal. You guys have probably heard that before. What do you guys think about that?
I'm on the side of death is good, because my reasoning is because, well, I've lived with a nihilist for 17 years, but he is a very good parent. But after our kids get grown and whatever, I think that people who suffer with bouts of depression and stuff like that maybe look forward to death. What do you think? Although I'm not advocating death, I'm just saying my own opinion about myself dying.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be myself forever too. I mean, I like myself. I'm all right, but I do realize that I have like light mental issues. Like I'm prone to assume sometimes too. That's why I have to stick to logic and make sure that I don't assume things or generalize or let my frustration get the best of me or something like that. Those are all things that I do not want to experience forever.
Right.
So when I think of death, it's not something that, it seems more like, oh, I get to go to sleep. It's the big sleep, you know?
Right.
Yeah, what do you guys think about that?
I know Clive Barker used to talk about how he looked forward to it. Not that he wanted to rush into it, but that he thought it would be like the ultimate excitement or the ultimate sensual experience just to go through it to die.
Well, let me tell you, it's not sensual in any way. I've been in situations where I felt like I was going to die, where some stupid guy choked me, and it is not sensual in any way. It's very scary, and you have a different appreciation for life after that. But yeah, I'm lucky that I have my boyfriend to protect me from situations to ever happen like that again.
Yeah.
There's kind of an interesting concept that I came across, which I really like Alan Watts, and he talks about this quite a bit. And you can find all kinds of videos on YouTube if you're interested in this. But the central concept is that you, as you exist, are rather than a solid form, right? And instead of thinking of yourself as like this discrete atomic unit, it's more like you're more like a wave, I guess, in the ocean, rather than just being the later Skeptor, rather than just being like a specific unit in the ocean, like a bubble in the ocean. It's more like being a wave. So what happens is, because we're just an emergence of a pattern, what happens is the when the wave forms, right? You know, like that's your birth, and then the wave moves along, and it like, you know, it goes about its course, and then like as it dissipates, it's not necessarily that an utter cessation of being, so to speak, but more of just a evaporation of that specific pattern, I guess. And in a way, I mean, to put it in science terms, you could say like your you know, your matter is conserved, and the energy that, you know, your energy was conserved, and potentially the information, or like, you know, if you contribute to information, to knowledge or whatever, or do something, then all of a sudden your works are no longer lost. It's just that particular pattern dissipates, and that's kind of how I look at it. And I mean, I'm not in any kind of a hurry to die at all, but I'm just also not overly concerned about dying. I mean, to sum up my overall approach, it's plan to live forever, or yeah, plan as though you'll live forever, and live every day like it's your last.
Right. I
Yeah.
have something to say to that. Alan Watt, well, I have a book written by Timothy Leary called Cyberspace and Beyond, and there's a lot of Alan Watts speaking back and forth with Mr. Leary, and Timothy Leary decided to get the cryo freezing thing because he found out that he had cancer, and so he did the deal where he was cryonically frozen. But it wasn't just because of the cancer; it was also because he's hoping in the future there will be the singularity, so that his memories can get uploaded into a computer. What do you guys think about that?
There's some-
Corpus,
Go ahead.
sorry. It's a corpus callosum transfer. It's a method they've been working on for years, but I don't know if they can do it with humans yet, but they have just done it with a worm a few weeks ago. So so that's the first step for doing that. They have this scientific group, whatever, has this consciousness of a worm stored into a chip, and that's the first step for doing it with humans.
Does anybody know the author Robert Anton Wilson that wrote Cosmic Trigger? He was friends with Timothy Leary, and they're super awesome books.
He wrote the Illuminati trilogy with John Shea.
Oh yeah, those books are super funny, actually.
Yeah, Illuminatus was very funny. But Cosmic Trigger more focused on the information doubling kind of thing, and letters that he wrote to Leary while Timothy Leary was in jail for creating LSD and all that kind of stuff. But
the funny thing about, I think it was Timothy Leary. The funny thing was that so he got put in jail, but the thing is, he's the guy who designed the psychiatric test to determine what level of security you should, what kind of level of security prison you should go to. So he answered it in a way to get like into the lightest security possible, and then he got a bunch of college students to break him out, and then he got out of the U.S.
Right, and what's so funny about it is that when he made LSD, he was being funded by the government. The government wanted to test on Vietnam soldiers who were in Vietnam. They wanted to test the different kinds of LSD, and it made a whole generation of fucked up people. But I think it's really crazy because imagine you're a Harvard, very smart person. You're in Harvard. The government offers you money to find a drug that acts like psilocybin but has different properties. You do that, and then when people start taking it and having fun, they throw you in jail. You know, crazy. Hi, Rizzle.
Oh, hey.
What's up, G?
I don't think they threw him in jail just because people were having fun. Probably
That's
because
what the man does.
Hey, TJ, tell me when you're going to take a puff so we can get you on camera doing that. So everyone can feel awesome.
This has got to be the most stale cigar I've ever had. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
The camera's not switching on this side, but I'm still working out the bugs over here. So.
Okay, so Rizzle, what were you saying about?
I'm just gonna say I'm not sure if somebody else is gonna have to stay on top of this contest with Inmendum because I just bought this PS3 and I've kind of lost interest in the Inmendum thing.
Oh, well, that's just gonna ruin that.
Well, I mean, if you want it to happen, like somebody's gonna have to make it happen other than me, because you know, kind of suck at following through.
The apathy.
What
What
game?
games
Does
did
anybody
you
know-
get?
Make what happen?
It's like the rest of you guys are more buddy-buddy with Inmendum than I am, so.
Oh man, that is not how I would put it. I was very civilized and polite to him, but I was like,
Well, that's more than I can manage, so logic dictates.
I'll take care of this. I'll message him. I know how to tame the beast.
He
You
told
like
me.
that. You're going to message him. I don't know how to message him.
You have the fuck.
Rizzle, he told me he would smash my unicorn reality.
Get out of my hand. Goddamn lighter.
Unicorns.
Unicorn.
I like unicorns
Cotton
for
candy.
breakfast. I eat unicorns for breakfast. Okay.
Oh yeah.
What's going on here?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Okay.
hey
What do
man,
you,
Awesome.
Hey,
Hey, man. Culture. So you guys are talking about death.
yeah. What do you think about death as?
Yeah.
Is it negative?
Strongly.
Or how do you feel about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of it's I don't know you know in I'm actually Indian and like in the Indian concept we talk about death being a good thing as well. We call it liberation from the body. And in India, we also say things like your consciousness being, you know, everything in the universe, really. Also, I strongly believe that if you can control what's happening inside your body or inside your mind, you can control what's happening in the surroundings.
Yeah,
Right.
totally.
So, I don't know. I think sometimes if you want to die, I think it can be a good thing, right? And I think the bottom line is you just accept it, you know. You just go along with the ride. I think if you keep fighting what's natural or what you feel natural, I think it's best to go with your gut feeling. But then I'm not saying, I mean, I know it's wrong to say, like, you know, if you're feeling suicidal, you just jump in the thing. But then who knows? Actually, it can be a good thing also. But then it's just people's belief, forcing everybody to believe it another way, because you know
Yeah,
they
you're
kind
right.
of think that. I think people kind of think that, you know, if this person's alive, basically, he's a meal ticket for tomorrow. Like he's a friend. So you know,
Yeah.
why not make use of that?
Well,
But then I was watching Dr. House the other day, and you know, it was like he kind of thinks that you know, when you're buried or something, right? Um, it's kind of like you never know, because sometimes once at a point of my life I could see ghosts, you know, and it's possible that, like, you know, you can just become a ghost or something, and so you never know what is really good or what is really bad. But I think it's best to follow the Indian philosophy. I just think that's amazing, the Hindu philosophy or something. And you know, I think if you want liberation, then from all your pain, then, you know, go with it. but I know it's ill-advised, so please don't take my advice over here, guys. Anybody, especially who's suicidal.
I'm no problem. Yeah, don't. Yeah, but you're a psychologist, aren't you?
Just out of curiosity, that episode.
I'm not a psychologist, but I've got a degree in psychology. But yeah, I've changed my line actually. Yeah, but yeah, tell me, what do you want to ask me?
Oh no, I'm just saying like. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That episode of House, was it the one with the girl who was hallucinating black holes, and it turns out that she had a piece of a parasite in her brain?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people are suicidal on the show, and then this guy just says you're an idiot, because dying is not good, and there's no pride in dying. It's like
Yeah,
because
totally.
because actually, if even if you try attempting suicide or something, right, you would notice that you're going through a lot of pain. You'd be going through a lot of sadness because you want that liberation so badly, and then people are kind of pulling you out of it. It's like you're in a dilemma. If you need to die or not die, it's like it's a big conflict and everything.
Right,
You know,
and
so
you're right. I think it has to do with oppression. Like sometimes I think, oh fuck it, but that's only because I feel oppressed or too oppressed, and I'm like, oh fuck this, I want to be
Yeah,
free, right?
but what's wrong in being depressed? I think it's normal to be depressed. Like, I think it's normal for psychopaths to exist because like something has to go on top of the food chain. It cannot be justice all over. So
I like what you just said. Sorry.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Here's something interesting that just happened or is in the process of going on in Canada. They're either recently have done this or are in the process of making it so that assisted suicide is legal here. And I'm kind of like, well, that's the most intelligent thing I've seen in. Like, it's the most intelligent move on this front that I've seen in quite a while, because there's been this huge push, like with public health care and stuff, where it's like you have to do absolutely everything in order to try to preserve somebody's life, even if they have a terminal illness and no longer want to continue living, and they want assisted suicide. What ends up happening is it's a huge drain on, number one, the healthcare system for a treatment that this person doesn't actually really want. So
Yeah.
I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into that, and I just love the Hindu philosophy. It's so raw and everything, and it's just so essentially what needs to be done. I just hate when technology basically comes in. I feel it just complicates everything. You get unemployed, you get
Yeah.
the list goes
Right.
on. It's like insane. In fact, I constantly think that it'd be better if I just go back to the past or something where it's just like a farm. Just go get up, milk your cow, and
Yeah.
just live life with simple natural things. It's a lot better that way.
I didn't know
Thanks, Andrew,
Indians
for seeing
milked
my point.
cows.
Yeah. Sorry.
I didn't know Indians milked cows. I thought they were sacred or something.
Oh no, we definitely milk cows, but then I think because actually this basically in India we respect a lot of animals, okay? So at times you even see Indians respecting snakes, rats, the list goes on, So it's like so some people eat beef, some people don't eat beef, but it's more towards eating beef, really.
Yeah, but
Don't
isn't
take a lot of the
milking
milk.
cow wrong or forbidden in Hinduism?
No, not
Well,
at
you
all.
have to actually milk a cow, or it will basically like make them sick, or like they'll be in pain if you don't.
Don't they take a lot of milk and like put it on a certain statue every year?
Oh yeah, they do that. But I think that's a very big misconception because I had a teacher. She told me that basically gods were just people, and we just got inspired by them. Therefore, we kind of worship them, and that was a good thing. It was a good ritual and everything. But then people just idolized it, and then traditions, like word of mouth, it can really get I know what the word is, intoxicated. I don't know what the word is. Andrew, you
Oh,
can help me out.
indoctrinated.
Yeah, no, intoxicated. It can
Oh,
like
okay,
it's,
okay.
yeah,
What
it
is the,
can come out wrong.
Yeah, one of the most interesting kind of aspects of like Indian philosophy was that I came across was the gods kind of as archetypes, or the idea that the world as illusion in regards like the idea of it being that you are like everybody is basically an aspect of the gods, but the thing is that as that aspect you are unaware because it's the way that basically these divinities amuse themselves is by playing these different roles. So all you have to do to, I guess, reach enlightenment is to realize that you're actually like a part of this thing.
True, true. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, it's kind of like that. So but it's kind of like Greek mythology. It's like gods have feelings,
Oh my God.
gods have wars. Yeah, gods have wars between each
Yeah.
other.
The
There's
gods
gods they
are
punish the
more
humans. Yeah,
they're more
yeah. It's
like archetypes than like a all-powerful being.
I don't know.
yeah.
I'm a goddess. Just kidding.
Anyway, so what I was just trying to say is, it's like, see, basically life is boring. Honestly, I don't believe in God, but then I'm just saying it'll be fun to like, see such stories just go around, right? It's like nice, it's something nice to tell your kids. It's something nice to like, listen to because it's got all this drama in it. So I think the Indian culture was like amazing, like the Greeks.
It's
A lot of
nice as
people
long
say
as
that.
you know it's a mythology, I guess.
Sorry?
It's nice as long as you take it for what it is, a mythology,
Yeah,
and not
yeah,
an
but now,
actual.
yeah, and that's absolutely true. But now in India, you'll see like a lot of God men coming up. You see a lot of people who say they can speak to God, and they give a lot of belief
We call
systems.
those crazy
BS.
people.
Yeah, yeah. You say that in India, you'll be underground the next day. But yeah, I don't have the guts to say that, but
Right. You can
right.
say it here though, because
Oh
this is
no.
Logic Church, and you
No,
can
no,
say
the
it.
government might be listening.
Oh, the
Yeah,
government's
it's okay.
definitely
It's okay.
listening.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Yeah.
If the government's listening, fuck you.
Hey guys, my hangouts are banned in some countries and for no reason at all.
Really?
Yeah, my hangouts are banned in some countries. I don't know why. It sucks. Fascists.
How did you come across that? How did you find that out?
Because when I well, it says it. It says it on my videos. This video is banned in some countries for no reason. It's like for example, the pale blue dot argument by Carl Sagan. That video almost all the time it's banned in some countries. But why? Why is that banned? Or like the conclusion to Matrix when Neo is all talking about I'm gonna free everyone and show them what you aren't supposed to see and shit like that. That clip is banned in some countries. So it's kind of cool that I'm getting paired up with that type of stuff. But
Sounds like a copyright thing.
yeah, but this isn't copyrighted. We like our avatars or something. I don't know.
The avatar of my face?
Yeah, exactly. You're copyrighted material.
I totally am copyrighted.
You're being sued for being yourself.
No, I'm suing other people for being me.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, I'm playing this game Populous on PS3, so... Not that this isn't interesting, but I just got this PS3 and I have to play it.
I think everybody here kind of understands. It's like, oh, he just got a PS3. Oh, well, fair enough.
I mean, I'm still listening and everything.
but PS3.
My son is on the computer constantly right now because he just got an Xbox One, and the Grand Theft Auto, even though he's already beat it like on every other system, he's looking for all the Easter eggs in this system now. So
Oh yeah, I got
he's
Grand Theft
9.
Auto 5.
He's 9, and I don't ban my children from things. I think they should be intelligent, and playing Grand Theft Auto may let him take out frustrations that we can't take out in other ways.
Yeah, I would set boundaries, because actually I've noticed that kids they develop ADD and stuff like that. So once they're hooked to games, also research has shown that when people like focus on their studies like most of the time, right, then they would become better at it by default.
Well,
It's understood, right? More
well,
efforts, more gains.
I counter that argument because my son is very intelligent, and because we have a huge library of books, he learned to read before he could even go to school, and he is also not the type of kid that he's super optimistic. You know what I mean? Like he's not the type of kid that he understands that it's fake. So I think that it's not a bad thing.
Hmm. Let's see, where's that?
Yeah, but people can change, right? So, you just have to be like, make sure what their goals are, their primary goals are, and once they probably finished something, you can give them a break, like half an hour of video games, like once they've completed all their homework and everything, that I
Well,
mean, I
yeah,
would just,
yeah,
Yeah, as
we
long
that
as you
would be
totally
don't
do
okay.
treat
that.
your
We
children like
totally.
slaves, that
Yeah,
sounds fun.
how very regimented.
It's
Yeah, my
Saturday.
parents raised me in a very regimented way, and I turned out to be, not exactly normal, but not overly dangerous to society.
Not overly
I think a
dangerous.
lot of it doesn't have to do with the video games. That it has to do with the family interaction, and
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like your personality is determined within the first 5 years of life by the
right,
amount of trauma you receive, how your parents are. Partially, of course, it's genetic, and so there's a lot of stuff going on. But
right, and
like the kids I teach that are like 8 and 9, they're done. They are who they're going to be.
right, and I think he ended up being a good child and somebody who wanted to learn because of the dynamic that me and my boyfriend have, where even if we fight, it would never it would never occur to him to like hit a woman or whatever. Besides the fact that he's over a foot taller than me, you know. But I think this has a huge determination when you're young, how you're treated, how close your parents are to you, not to themselves, but to the child.
Well, the problem is parents don't see a child as their own special individual. They see them as an extension of themselves, which is it's like I don't know, it's some kind of weird cognitive trick they're playing on themselves. Like, you don't
Like a
own me.
slave.
I'm not your slave. I'm my own human being, and people forget that. Just because I kind of look like you in a way doesn't mean you own me. So we've made that jump, that assumption that it's that heuristics thing.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with that. And my daughter is currently she's going through a meth deal. I haven't seen her in 2 weeks, and she got tangled up in that stuff because she had problems in school. They put her on drugs, and then when she couldn't get the drugs, she changed to another drug. And I don't really know how to help her. Can't find her, so I can't help her.
Yeah, you can't help. Here, let me put it like this. I teach 27 kids, and I've done everything in my power to help those children. I will not have any effect on them at all. Once you reach a particular age, you can sort of teach them a little empathy and try to make their environment more comfortable and safe. You can regiment them a tiny bit and encourage them to not be too vulgar or not harass other children, try to protect them against themselves, kind of a thing. Keep them away from trauma and keep them from spreading trauma. But that's all you can do. You can regulate, but you can't prevent once they reach a particular age.
And I don't mean to get crass or weird about it, but my daughter's personality got screwed up because she had a family member on her dad's side that molested her. And,
Yeah, see, and that's all it takes. Yeah.
right, and it totally made her a different person. And I can't change that.
No, but you got to accept it too because it's a part of her reality now.
Yes, I do accept it.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason she does that, because she is so, she feels so powerless around people because she's only like 4'9", even though she's like 20.
Yeah.
So she's just, she feels very powerless.
Yeah, and you could probably research that more and understand how she's feeling on a much deeper level and figure out what you can do to make her feel safer.
Right.
You know. Anyway, do you want to move on to a more interesting topic? Not that
Yes.
that's not interesting, but something everybody can talk about. Was that okay?
Yes, because I'm tearing up now.
I know. Okay. Okay. So people seem to have this assumption that they make that knowledge is bad if it attacks your fantasy. So this is something I've been thinking about, how people get angry when you try to attack their fantasies that they live with, that they use as coping mechanisms, and they keep it, it's a very, very personal thing to them, so people's fantasies are personal to them. So when you apply knowledge that is bad for their fantasy, people get very emotional about it. What do you guys think about that? People who respond to knowledge as if it could be bad, as if knowledge is something that is taking away from your identity, destroying your fantasies and things like that.
Yeah, I mean,
that?
it's very interesting because when a person has certain knowledge, right, it becomes who he is. It becomes his identity, right? It's kind of difficult when you challenge him with some newfound information. You know, you're potentially destroying his identity, and you're destroying his environment. You're destroying his his followers. He's got stories based on it or something, you know. So it can basically or change, right? It's changed, so it's kind of like, you know, it's scary, I guess. Any challenge, basically, people don't like challenges.
Well,
They
not
they
only
like the word
that.
challenge, but they don't like challenges. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting. But then I think you need to like bring it to them like bits by bits. Like first, if you want to
Yeah.
introduce something to a person, you know, you like, kind of make friends with them, you know, or like change the environment. Maybe like, you know, take him to a nice hotel or something, or a nice restaurant, serve some
Nice
nice
quick
Italian
coffee.
food, you know. And then like, you know, just warm the person up and explain to them, or let them come back to you because they're comfortable coming back to you. Sometimes people are afraid to fight, I mean, to fight back, right? Or they just like to dominate. They may be very angry with you for some reason, right? So I think the atmosphere is very important.
Yeah, that's true. If you just like attack a person's opinion like in a very hostile way, you could just get defensive really quick. But
Yeah.
you can do it in a gentle way. But yeah, I think it's not very. It's obviously not very good if you don't wanna if you don't wanna listen to certain opinions or certain things. You don't want to learn new things just because it feels good, like in the certain position you're in. There's no progression that way, so it's not good.
I think
Right.
another large aspect of it, and I mean this ties in with the identity, but what happens is somebody has certain beliefs, right, or certain worldviews, and then they what happens is they apply these worldviews to like a bunch of things in their life, right? They attribute all of these things around them that they've experienced to these things, and it's like they're building on top of this worldview, right? It's like they're building a structure on top of this foundation. And then what happens is if you challenge the very foundation of it, then you it's like kicking out the very foundation, or like kicking out the legs underneath a table that has like a whole elaborate deck of cards on, like house of cards on top of it. And what happens is when you start shaking the whole thing, it starts to like cause all these problems to all different parts of their life, and they realize that they may have to rethink kind of all of these different situations. And then what happens is they're like, oh, well, I've experienced this, and what you're saying, and they take it to mean usually that, oh, you didn't experience this, or this invalidates, you know, these things you've gone through. So they get extremely defensive when you're just, you know, trying to like add more information, I suppose.
Yeah, totally. David said something really cool in the comments if he wants to share that. That really articulates this point pretty well, I think.
No, I just said it's the same thing with if you take a really hot glass and then you put it in cold water, what happens? It shatters. It's too drastic of a change.
Mm-hmm.
With people, it's got to be gradual. And it's even worse when they know that they're wrong or they know that they have delusions, but they've convinced themselves that they're not. And you pointing it out is basically pulling that masquerade down. It's like a pride thing.
Yeah, and I would like to add. It's kind of like the art of war as well.
Yeah, it is.
Because you need to persuade, but then you need to know if your persuasion is also being countered. Because sometimes you may persuade, the guy might agree, but then he's got some ulterior motive, and then he's like getting people against you because you've got this idea, right? So you've got to keep your eyes open, your ears open, and everything, and then and be very slow and really plan your entry.
Yeah,
you're going into enemy territory. Yeah.
Yeah, the communication as an infiltration.
Yeah, you're attacking with a new idea technically, right? You're invading a person's consciousness with a new idea. So it's like Sun Tzu's Art of War. Know your enemy better than you know yourself, or something like that.
Well,
Speaking of coffee, I'm gonna make some.
And the best way to win, or not win, but the best way to
be successful.
Yeah, to be successful is to not fight. Right?
Yeah.
But to get them
to
understand that you're not there, you want them to understand that you're trying to get a point across without trying to be condescending or making them look like an idiot. If you make them feel like an idiot, then they don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be told that they're stupid.
So we need to kind of do this process of annealing people's minds, like we do with metal, or we do with anything that's hot, or a different quality that we want to move, in a way to another quality.
Yeah, you have to soften them up, let them cool down, and then you can start to shape it.
One of the other major things is when you're I'm getting feedback, but when you're talking to somebody, you need to leave them kind of a way out so that you're not just doing a full-on assault and you give them nowhere to go and it's just you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, constantly tearing into them. You need to allow them to gracefully kind of accept what you're saying or to change their viewpoint. If you're you just change your viewpoint, when what you're trying to do is convince somebody. I've seen this happen so much, though. It's you have to have a way of allowing them to gracefully shift their viewpoint.
I got this. I just got a light bulb, okay, and I have to share it. You guys have to excuse me. So I was just thinking, in therapy, in a therapy session, right? Andrew's aware of this technique. It's kind of you bring out what the person wants to do with the idea. So you can just say I was just reading something and this thing just came across and what do you think about it? You just get the ball in their courts and you see how they react, and once they react, right, you would kind of know what their plan is.
Yeah.
Right? Because people, they cannot lie at that moment. They kind of are very honest at that point. We can tell out of experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you should just do that.
Oh.
Who is snorting cocaine?
Yeah.
What about cocaine?
There you go.
Somebody's snorting it.
But yeah. So I figure out what's going on in somebody's head first. So I'm empathetic to the fact that if people have a delusional idea or an irrational assumption about reality, that they're suffering under that paradigm, and so I want to unease them. I want to show them a better way of looking at it, or I want to modify what they're doing a little bit so that they realize, oh wait, if I modify this a tiny bit, I feel better. And so I want to show them oh, you can feel better by thinking properly about things. You can unease yourself with anxiety. Burning forever for eternity is a lot of weight to carry every day. That's a lot of weight thinking, oh, if I accidentally lie or something like that, I'm gonna burn. Oh, it's a lot of weight to carry. So you have to ease them off. You ease them off of it, you show them a better way. happier way, you know.
Definitely.
What better way than, what do you think about it? Like in
Yeah.
therapy, like the rule is you don't force somebody into something, but then what you actually do is like, you allow them to come to it, So like
Right.
you keep on doing it, and then when they come to it, you actually like give them, like you can just say like good job or something, and that like kind of reinforces it basically. It's like the Pavlovian technique or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't get these people that are like, some people can be really smart, really intelligent, and they just mock others, and they make fun of people who are less intelligent than them, and it's like, I don't get this attitude, like
Yeah, I mean, it's basically power play. Oh, sorry, Brent.
instead of teaching others and trying to share their knowledge with them, they just they mock, and they kind of like take
Yeah, I
pride
mean,
in that. It's like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I mean, for centuries, people have been conquering people, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
that's what they want to do. They like the power, they like the attention, they like to hurt people, But most people, powerful people especially, are very sadistic in nature. I mean, it's how life works.
Yeah, that's very much the crux of it. People need those kinds of people need that sense of control, and if they don't have it, they feel powerless. And
Yeah.
basically by dominating other people in that way, by being condescending.
I've noticed people like this, and the best thing to tackle it is by the same way, like you just say like, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about what you just did? And and that's pretty intense, right? So sometimes they may not answer, but then they actually feel it inside, and over a period of time, I can assure you they will change. I think that's a very nice way to attack them.
The problem is, I think people want to affect the people they meet in their everyday life because that's where they see most of their people. But those people, you only see them for moments, so you're around them maybe like an hour or something like that. But if you want to change somebody, you really got to sit down and you have to feel comfortable. Have a cup of tea, kind of a thing. Like it's got to be the right place to change the way people are thinking. Like in this hangout, we're all chilling and we can talk about stuff and we can change our ideas or improve our ideas or whatever because we're in that type of place. This is the right place for it. So, you have to remember that you don't want to just go out and, you see Joe Schmo on the street and jump out and say, hey, God doesn't exist. And then, just start singing Queen. Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. It's not gonna. That's not a good strategy.
Definitely.
It's fun.
I just have to say, if you're gonna do that, "Got to Break Free" is probably far more hilarious and appropriate.
You're right. Got to break free. Yeah, so funny.
Sing for us, Andrew. Go ahead. Go do it. Come on.
Oh, think for you?
Yeah, sing for me. I need it.
I is not like use brain. You use brain for me.
That was an Asian accent. Okay.
There's something weird that happened to me this week.
Sure.
So, I have a video on YouTube, you might have seen it, where my daughter's singing Hallelujah. And, me being Gnostic, which doesn't really believe in a God, I got somebody commenting on my video on how my daughter looked slutty and how we should be singing that song. But I have to say that that song in particular was written by King David, and he had the absence of faith, and he wrote the song to try to say that music made his soul better, and without music he would be nothing. And I just think it's ridiculous that people automatically assume stuff just because of the title of the song. They didn't listen to the words of the song.
Well, here's the thing. The romantic part of the brain is really pretty. I mean, you can imagine all kinds of crazy shit all up in that place. You can go to Unicorn Land and you can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it's great. It's great. So that's why people get lost and they're like, I want to make the romantic real. If only the unicorns could exist. But if I think it hard enough, then they will exist.
Right.
If I'm determined enough, I can find my unicorns. No. Yeah.
Unicorns do exist. They're one-horned rhinos.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah,
A narwhal.
No, there's actually
Right?
some sort of deer in Africa that have one horn. So
yeah, and it's like a part zebra or something.
And
yeah,
a narwhal,
half strip.
fish, it's like a type of fish that has a horn. A narwhal, right? Am I saying that right? I think it's narwhal.
But come to think of it, it's kind of like some people, they really believe in something, and or they're like really stressed out or something. Then they can even have like a schizophrenic, a hallucination or something, and it'll become as real it is to you or me.
I
So
know that.
I think if you really like believe in something, it can just take form. Even in a hallucination, but still, I think your concentration, sorry, your consciousness is kind of like everything.
Yeah,
What do you guys
but you know what? The reason why I don't agree with that is like there's two ways you can do it. You can subconsciously sort of let something float in your mind and be with you in your head and your environment, but that's not conscious. So that's one way of actualizing the type of reality you're looking for. But you can do it consciously too, knowing I can use my words. I have control over my words. I'm moving my hands in the way that I want. I'm taking this water right now and I'm drinking it. I have the power to manipulate the objective reality around me. And if I want something to be around me, it's damn well going to be there. And so if you have that way of thinking about it, if you understand you have the power, that's where the freedom comes from.
I totally
Yeah.
agree.
I think
Totally.
there's nothing wrong in like asserting your own things, and then saying that unicorns aren't really needed for me. It's like I've
Yeah.
got enough power in my own world, basically. Whatever you do, it's like the Kaizen technique, right? It's like the Kaizen technique is kind of like you just pat your back whenever you do something good, or a reward is given whenever you do even the smallest thing. Like I took 5 steps today. Good, clap for him. Give him a gift. That's great.
Yeah.
That works actually.
And you want to do more and more each day, and you do as much as you can without harming yourself. You want to be happy and comfortable, and there's a lot of stuff
Take things
you
at
want.
your own pace. Yeah, take things at your own pace, really, and reward it as well. I don't like the word take things at your own pace. It's kind of derogatory, so I just say, like do things little by little, keep rewarding that, have fun in life,
Yeah,
life is
totally.
short, you gotta like live it to the fullest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally. You have to have fun all the time, and whenever bad things do happen, you deal with it, and then, at least with me, I guess that's my survival mechanism, because of the kind of life that I've had, is that I go into the delusional
Yeah,
state
but
of reality because of trauma.
Athena, I just want to say something, and it's like it's I've been on the same journey you've been on, and something that I learned was to be positive. Like if I'm on something difficult, like you should try and avoid like difficult words, like I've had trauma and things like that. Just I'd like to change that to challenge. So like
Well,
if I did that for myself. So
right,
yeah,
that's
I
where
mean,
you're wrong, because I don't use that in any kind of victimization, and I am always positive.
awesome.
I'm
Yeah, you should
always,
pat yourself in the back.
I'm
That's a good
like
job.
the super optimist. That's why they make fun of I live in my unicorn reality, is because I'm always happy, and I don't think
Yeah,
anybody
that's
can.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, getting back to the issue of faith and religion, religious beliefs or fake belief systems. When you're driving in a car, right, you have to believe that the driver across from you isn't going to be drunk, or isn't going to swerve over and hit you, or is going to, obey the laws, right? So just to function in normal, normal life, like driving to work or whatever, you have to have that illusion or that faith that that person's going to obey the rules like you would, right? Now, that doesn't mean that statistically you're at a disadvantage. But if you get hit, nonetheless, it's reality, right? You have to have a little bit of faith. I mean, I'm not talking about religion in itself, but you have to have a little bit of faith just to get through the day. And that is an artificial construct,
Okay. And would you say that in terms of faith and belief, that I believe in my ability to have control over my surroundings? So I believe that I have that power, and I know I do.
Right.
So it's set. That belief is set with objective evidence.
Well,
so I don't know. Like.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Because like, if you know like certain things, like there are this like statistics about how many car crashes and stuff. So you go out and you take your car and you drive around knowing like these statistics, So it's like you have evidence for this faith that you call it, whatever, or belief. It could be possible you might crash into somebody and somebody might be drunk driving and go into your lane or something, but you know that most likely that won't happen.
Here's another thing that I think is kind of interesting and along the same vein. There's a guy called James Williams who teaches traditional Japanese martial arts and like designs knives and stuff like that. But he has this video where he's talking about kind of like the Zen version of faith, or like the more Buddhist version of faith, where he's like, faith isn't like I believe that there's a God or I believe in things like that. And he's like, everyone has a certain degree of faith in their life. It's like right now I have faith that all of a sudden my blood is not going to stop bonding with oxygen or delivering oxygen to my body. I have faith that my cells are not just going to all of a sudden, like cease functioning. Or that like next time I drop this glass, it's not going to just fall to the ground. He's like, there's a certain degree of faith there, but he's like, the whole point is that you don't have faith in things that are not based in reality at all.
Well, yeah, that's the difference between faith and scientific belief, scientific knowledge. Because if you have scientific knowledge, they're assumptions based on all these different factors that we can perceive and we can understand and we can try to work out in reality, and it's all based on evidence.
Yeah, right.
So it's not just faith.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, maybe we should have faith. Go ahead.
Like,
sorry.
You don't have to have faith to know that your cells aren't just going to stop working. Like you believe it because it doesn't happen. It generally doesn't happen unless you have some sort of disease.
Well, that's kind of the point. It generally doesn't happen, but at the same point, you don't know with 100% certainty that, for instance, it's not going to happen. So there is some small amount of faith there is the point. It's like you have faith that, for instance, a meteorite isn't going to fall out of the sky and just like kill you out of the blue.
That's because faith is the same as hope. It's just people have put faith into a category of it having to be religious. But
yeah, maybe there's something there.
Word for hope. It's like thesaurus. You look it up in the thesaurus, it would be under hope.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah.
Faith. The thing is, if your assumptions about that shit are wrong, the point is moot because you're dead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is very, very good point.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about those things because they're not likely to happen.
Yeah.
Well, not only are they not likely to happen, if they do happen, you just don't have to. It resolves itself.
But maybe to make the world good, we have to like sacrifice now and then maybe we don't get to experience it, but nah, that's bullshit. Whatever. Continue.
I was just gonna say, like, what does making the world good mean necessarily? I mean, like,
sorry.
Okay. My logic senses were tingling, and I gave up on the idea.
What I was about to say, though, is like by making the world good, generally what people mean when they say this is they want to maximize, like, for one specific goal, right? Like maximize happiness, maximize efficiency, maximize like wealth, all these different things. But the problem is that each individual is going to potentially want to maximize different aspects of things that we can have in life, and there's generally like a compromise between them. As you maximize happiness, you don't necessarily maximize something else. So really, I mean, I would say in a lot of respects, that's the difference between different cultures or different civilizations. Like what they stress as being most valuable tends to reflect in the way that their society is formed.
Well, what I was going to say was that we should get closer to having ideas instead of beliefs, because when you have put somebody, especially young people who are like forced to go to church or this or that, whatever, and you force this is the belief, it's not fluid enough for a human. We need to have ideas. We need to be able to change our reality daily so that we can evolve. We have to, open up to other people, and when you talk to other people, it makes you have those moments where you're like, hey, that adds to an idea, not a belief, where you're in a box.
Yeah, but I think really what it is people are afraid of pain and afraid of death, and out of that fear comes all these wrong notions about reality. It really is just that people are afraid and they don't have the courage to accept the truth of reality. And it's better just to be all romantic and think of unicorns than to be like, okay, evidence, reality, right here, right now. What do we do? What do we got? Yeah.
That's where all of our fears stem from. That's where people get into and then they make problems. They look for problems that aren't there to mask that base problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's subconscious. They don't even know that they're masking something that they bury deep into a locked up chamber in their mind sometimes.
Yeah, totally. Let's see. So you guys want to... Okay, here's a new one. So all fantasy is equal. I hate it when people make that argument like, this ideology has a little something, that ideology has a little something. It's like, yeah, it has a little something, of course, but that doesn't mean that it owns it. Christianity doesn't own love. That's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Well,
so this whole, this has a little bit, that has a little bit stuff. What do you guys think about that?
Of course it's not equal. I'd rather have the beer and titty fairy. I'd rather believe in that than God.
Yeah, I'm totally down for the beer and titty fairy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's like with Christianity. A lot of people believe that compassion was somehow invented by Christ, right?
Yeah.
It had to exist before that. I mean, even in that belief system, there had to be something before that. Families before that. There had to be love or compassion, all this other stuff. He tends to, the way that people talk about that sometimes, it's like he invented it, or there was no compassion in the world when he was there.
I'm sorry, he's breaking up. I didn't really get that.
His audio is just really unbalanced. I heard most of what he said, but your mic is we can hear like the upper frequencies, but like lower frequencies are just cutting out.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Maybe I have to log back in or something.
No, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I'm holding it a little different just to see if that works.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that some religions, and I'm using Christianity just as an example, right? People who follow it generally
will speak of Christ as if he invented compassion, and like he was the first person to have compassion, right? And we know that even if there was such a being, there had to be compassion in the world, love in the world, all that other stuff before that point. You know, is that a little better?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's that, and that's just bullshit. It's like, yeah, obviously somebody had to be compassionate before, because the possibility to be compassionate has to exist. The idea doesn't just come out of magic because it was written in a book or because of a prophet, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a couple of weeks ago I was mentioning this. I was like, well, one of the main things that if you want to start a cult, right, here are the steps. Number one, come up with something that a large group of people want to believe. There's a being that will love you and knows you intimately for exactly who you are and loves you unconditionally. You know, that's one of them. Or there are a whole bunch, right? There are things that people just want to believe. Step two, convince somebody that this lie is absolutely true and that you are the mouthpiece or the avatar for this this kind of belief. And then step three, attribute everything to this lie that you're telling people and reinforce that idea until they absolutely attribute everything to that belief and build an entire identity off of it. Step four, convince them to go out and spread that. You'll be successful. I mean, if you get each of those steps, it will work.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same concept with nations, and like America, we have the American dream, and we have this idea of what America is, and it's like we're Americans, and we invented democracy. So you better take our democracy.
Oh yeah, like, well, as soon as you start looking at if you start looking for that pattern, all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, it's really everywhere. And every time somebody starts using, like when you start recognizing it, you tend to kind of, well, step one of resisting something is to become aware of it. And then once you're aware of it more and more, what will happen is you'll begin to take actions or you'll begin to correct for it. And eventually you'll kind of inoculate yourself to some degree.
Hey guys, I'm gonna start doing a podcast once my Steven gets here for my microphone. So like weekly when we do these hangouts, I want to also put it on as a podcast. What do you guys think about that? Doing this as a podcast at the same time?
Somehow we mostly manage to talk one at a time, so that would actually probably work for the most part.
Yeah. So I might do that. I was thinking about that. I'll think about it. I have to look into it, figure out how to do it. But it's possible. Possible. Okay.
Possibility.
What's your next topic?
Okay, so how do we eliminate fantasy from the equation? And we've been talking about that a fair amount. So should we eliminate fantasy from the equation?
No.
No. So you say no. So let's find out. Go ahead.
All right.
So she muted herself.
Oh, she's muted.
I don't know if she knows she muted herself.
Yeah.
No, am I muted?
Oh, you're unmuted now.
Okay. I say no because I think fantasy helps us through hard situations, but that you have to learn over time to distinguish. Some people have to learn to distinguish between fantasy and reality. I had that problem because I've tripped over 300 times in my lifetime, and so I did have a period there where I couldn't tell fantasy from reality, but I still believe that fantasy helps me through things, even though now I know the difference.
That's a lot of tripping. Whew.
Yes.
What a workout.
Not enough. More.
I believe the Timothy Leary theory, where you're opening circuits in your brain. And after I tripped a lot, I was very interested in learning a lot more, and I think it helped me.
Okay, right on.
That's my opinion.
here I would argue that we shouldn't totally eliminate fantasy either. And like I was in a literature course, a German literature course, and the argument for that kind of works for this as well, which is fantasy allows a certain amount of like exploration, or it allows for a certain range of experiences that, or it illustrates certain points that you, instead of having a direct experience of this kind of stuff, it's more useful to like hear a story about it, right? The whole idea of like the parable or that kind of a thing. And by doing that, it basically allows you to experience something without experiencing it, or I don't know how to explain it. It gives you like the semblance of an experience, or it's a form of communication realistically. And I mean, imagine if you just eliminated all of the that's really distracting, the banana phone thing.
Sorry.
Sorry, but like for instance, if we eliminated all fantasy stories, just burned all fantasy books just because they don't contain a series of facts and knowledge or whatever, then it would kind of eliminate a certain what do you want to call it, like element of the human experience, where telling stories is something that is important to us as a species. So you can't just entirely eliminate it. I mean, telling stories can abstract information and basically communicate things that you can't just relay through a series of facts.
Okay, but my question is that because we are bored? Just that we're bored, so we do it?
Yeah, part of it.
Or do we get bored and so we start like being creative and stuff? What do you guys think?
Well, some people don't have. Some people aren't. They're not. They don't have all those. They don't have all the different variables to make necessarily an intellectual understanding of what it is. So you have to use some with. Not saying that people are stupid, but not everyone is into that sort of thing. So they will. They need analogies.
It's an issue of style.
Like a current of water is not the same. Is not exactly the same as a current of electrons. You know, electricity. But it functions in a similar way, but it's not the same thing. But you can say this is like this. It acts like this, and then people are like, okay, this makes more sense. And it's very much.
They can draw a parallel.
I agree.
And it's very much a question, and it's a very much a question. This can be simply put in the people that take the Bible literally and the people that take it figuratively.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, Grassofster said something funny.
That.
She said, "Don't force your creativity on me."
I like it.
Take it. Take my creativity. Take my
I
DNA.
agree about the Bible thing, that it is so ridiculous that people don't see it as parables and learning tool instead of like, this stuff happened. And what's really crazy is you call them out on things like Lot had sex with his daughter and then had a child, probably a mutant child, but whatever. You can't look at that and say, oh, this is all true. You have to look at it as like, this is a book that was written because we were bored.
Yeah, but maybe they were just bored.
Well,
yeah, they probably were really bored.
Yeah, probably really bored.
The other thing too is, I mean, look at, for instance, this whole thing with Gamergate and all of that, where there's like this focus on the narrative, right? The thing is that stories are actually powerful when it's this attributing things to something, right? So if you, for instance, like that's pretty much what most of these, the quest for knowledge is basically trying to satisfy like our desire for understanding where things came from in a lot of instances, right? The Big Bang Theory is effectively a story of how the universe started. It's not the God created the universe one, but it's this, you know, it's nonetheless a story. The thing is that humans, just kind of the way our brains work, want to frame things in terms of stories. So I don't think that we could just eliminate that, because even if you're like, if I just read to you a list of facts, what will happen is your brain will try to piece them together and recognize a pattern and form a story out of it.
I totally agree. Because not just with the Bible, but say astrology. This was back you know, way, way back in Egypt where all you could see was stars because you were bored. It was full of stars. So they made all these archetypes that already fit. The archetypes already fit a psychological, balance of 12 different psychological ways to look at things. And so when people hear the astrology, they automatically, some people are like just as bad about that as they are the Bible. I think that it has things that you can learn from, but you have to look at it in a way that somebody wrote this because they were bored and looking at stars. And you have to understand which things are done mathematically and which things were not done mathematically in that sense.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well,
so,
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add a point about how fiction writers sometimes will use stories to push political points, right? But a lot of times what they'll do that they can't do in a straight-out narrative is they'll represent the differing ideologies in the characters within the story. And it's not so much to, in some cases I'm sure it is, where it's meant to sway the reader, but in some cases it's just that whoever's reading the story can identify with that certain character, that certain ideology, right? And now if you try to tell somebody straight out, you know, you're wrong, and I'm right, my ideology's right, and all that, that's not going to go over too well. But if you do it in a story, in a fiction where a person can examine it, the ideology, and it's a useful tool.
Yeah. So basically, what we're talking about is, so fantasy finds itself in creativity, and creativity gives us a lot of meaning. But how do we separate that from logic and evidence and objective reality? Like what scares me is when, for example, kids are taught like the flag means something like that. See, that's an artifact of creativity. You know, and so what happens is when you push creativity on everyone in that sort of a way, then it's kind of like it becomes brainwashing. It's a delusion. Right? And so how do we differentiate from just the enjoying fantasy and being creative and the construction of social illusion?
What you're arguing against there is almost, what you're arguing against is symbolism by saying, oh, the flag doesn't mean something. You would have to argue against, oh, these letters don't actually mean this sound, where it's like, well, no, inherently they don't, but this is the agreed upon system. And unless you're going to argue against that and every other symbol that we have, then you can't really get rid of that. So
right, but I think what I'm saying is, like, us here, we know that that stuff's not real necessarily. And, like, we have this long history, you know, like, the Columbus came to America and discovered it, and George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, you know, we have our own little mythology of our country, and that's all fabricated for the most part. Like, we have it, it's kind of, we imagine it very phantasmal, you know, it's not.
Our perception of it is not what, the historicity versus the historical account don't match up in quite the same way.
Yeah, we are getting carried away.
The same way as the Bible, it's storytellers who wrote the history. They saw it in some way and told it the way they felt that it was. And the other thing that I was going to say is that they're getting closer to telling our children that you are part of our country. You belong to our country instead of you don't belong to anybody, but you have parents. You know, I don't like the idea of saying, of trying to tell children that they belong to the country because then that breeds, you know, what could happen in the future, sending them off into war or something.
Right.
Yeah, what's kind of been interesting to me is there are like different eras of, we'll call it like the mythology of America, or you know, the American dream type of thing, right?
You're excited about it. The mythology of America. Go ahead.
Well, I was just like doing the like emphasis because, you know, everything about America needs to be like America, right?
America.
But, exactly. Well, it seems as though like the mythology that of what it is to be American, like what you will experience while being somewhere, it has changed over time. Initially, it's like, oh, you can go there and there's lots of opportunity. You can start your own business, can get rich. You know, that was the American dream. And now the American dream seems to be a lot more of, oh, you go to university, you get your high-paying job, you work as a slave to some corporation for your entire life, living paycheck to paycheck, maxing out your credit cards to get all the fancy toys. And I'm like, it seems like this mythology has evolved even over like the past 100 years.
Well, then you see it becoming part of pop culture. Like pop culture tries to create like a mythology. For example,
yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Like Illuminati and stuff like that. Hip hop, they're just trying to make money, and they're like, oh, we're part of like an elite club and Illuminati and shit. You know?
They have figured out that there's a certain number of people who will get on YouTube every day and look up fear porn.
Yeah.
Every day they're trying to find something that is fearful so that they can justify, you know, the fear they have in their own lives. I mean, I don't get it, but when I watch things that are considered to be fearful, it strikes me differently because I just don't have that inherent fear of something. Oh my God, the sky is falling. I'm Chicken Little, you know? I just don't have that.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of fear porn, my next video is going to be on Alex Jones, so that'll be fun.
Oh boy.
I'm just going to mock the crap out of him.
Oh man, if we're talking about different kind of mythologies and stuff, like one of my favorite is the conspiracy theory mythology, right? Like there's just something about it that is so entertaining to me, and I don't know why. It's like some people are really crazy about religion, some people are really crazy about comics, and I'm just like, the conspiracy theory stuff to me is just the most entertaining kind of story that anyone could possibly come up with. I'm just
I agree, and I look at it like X-Files. I used to love X-Files. So, yes, I'll be on there going, oh, I wonder what the new video for Nibiru is, or what happened to the craziness in wherever, and how many earthquakes were there. But it's not out of fear. It's out of just like reading a sci-fi book. It's seeing what it's coming up with. Because of fear.
Yeah, it's my form of entertainment. Like when I don't watch TV, but kind of my like guilty pleasure, or like the thing I do when I'm relaxing is like watch these videos about like this crazy stuff. My absolute favorite are like the Dogman, or like there's this Gatorman. Like I don't know, werewolf like theories and stuff to me are just like the most entertaining. Well, it's like, oh, we were on this like military base, and this like dog-like creature jumped over this 7-foot wall and then like killed Gary and dragged his body off into the woods. I'm like, holy crap!
Or like the video where they're like, President Obama has a shape-shifting Secret Service agent. And
doppelgangers are my other favorite.
Hey, you guys, should I mock Obama? Should I like take one of his speeches and destroy it logically? That would be a great video.
It's up to you, man.
Basically,
I don't know.
I'm gonna do what I did to Stefan to a bunch of people.
I'm not anti-Obama just because I think that that's the only choice we have towards getting poor people better. But in the next election, I'm really, really hoping that we can find somebody that's not corporately, like I would vote for Bernie Sanders if he ends up being on the docket. Now everybody laugh because you probably don't think You probably think I'm crazy.
Oh, I had something to add before I leave about what you guys were talking about before. When you take you're talking about the stories. Oh yeah, this is cool. Blah blah blah. If you take it with a grain of salt and you think it's an extension of how you are when you're in a childlike state, you know, and you're playing pretend. And some people go too far with it and they start to like, oh wow, this is real. But other people know that this is just fun.
Yeah, the trick is just not to get caught up in your own bullshit or like the stories that you tell, right? You can't believe your own story.
I would love like Bigfoot. If Bigfoot's out there, cool. I'll go and look for him. But I don't think that he's there. We don't have any evidence to believe that he exists. We just have cool stories. So it's kind of cool to like be surprised one day. Maybe there is a Bigfoot.
I would totally be down. Like if I could afford to do it, I'd totally be down to just like go out in the woods and like look for Bigfoot, like go in like a research outpost with a bunch of dogs. My uncle and I were talking about it. We'd be like, hey, if we could get funding for this would be like a total basically like a wilderness vacation. He's like, get a bunch of dogs, get a bunch of high-tech cameras and stuff. He's a huge like photography buff. He's like, yeah, we could totally go out there and basically hang out and have fun and
scare the fuck out of your friends.
Oh yeah, totally. And it's like, he's like, yeah, it's a subsidized vacation. Like, how awesome would that be?
Awesome. It would help if you had acid, you know. Because one time I was at the top of a mountain here near where I live in Waya, called Waya Bald, and it's like 3,500 feet in the air. And my ex-husband and his friend, they just left me. They went running down a trail, you know. And so I'm like all lost in the forest, and I smell this really strong smell, and I thought for sure that it was Bigfoot, but it ended up being a bear. So, yeah.
Slightly scarier than Bigfoot.
Well, bears totally run on fear. They can smell fear. And as long as you're not scared and you lurch at them, they will run away.
It may depend on the type of bear we're talking about, because...
Do not try this advice in real life.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's a good strategy.
It's worked in my life, but maybe not. Maybe not a good idea for other people.
I like a polar bear. I wouldn't try that with a polar bear. The polar bear would be like, "Hey, lunch," and then that would be that.
I would try with the polar bear.
That's true. I'm talking about bears who are well fed, you know. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Hey, you guys want to go on to another topic here?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So this is something that I heard Gary say this morning, so I've been thinking about it. Life is about feeding psychology rather than philosophy. No one cares about Gary. Okay. So is it philosophy or just feeding psychology? Like, is what's going on in our brain projectable into reality, or are we just like having fun? And like you guys said just a second ago, life is sort of just about having fun in a way. And like people seem to forget that, right?
Well,
That's
that's
about that stuff. I don't know.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of addresses this, where to a certain extent it's both. It's basically like, okay, you need to meet certain like base requirements in your life, right? Like certain needs. And then after that, once you meet those, then all of a sudden this freedom opens up and you have to become more self-directed. It's not just the struggle to get food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. When we got into a stable place in our lives, everything changed. We've lived in the same house for 9 years, and got rid of our car because we wanted to. But it was after we got stable.
Okay, cool. What do you guys think about logic as a solution to a lot of these problems? Because I feel like logic is the best way out of this. Logic is the tool to go through arguments, understand what people are saying, know what's valuable that people are saying, what isn't valuable. And so I think like we really need, like school should just be about learning logic and learning how to look at things logically, being able to calculate like words and stuff. You know, just as important as math, I think.
The major problem with that is that like your day-to-day existence doesn't always just come down to how logical you are. Like a lot of it comes down to the social game, right? Like, you know, there's basically what you want to do as an individual and what society expects you to do, or what's expected of you, and you have to figure out how to reconcile this so that you don't totally give up everything that you want to do, but you don't basically end up thrown in jail and you can live a somewhat productive life. Because if you go too far down the path of independence, then society is basically going to punish you and it's going to restrict what you can actually do.
Yeah.
But if you only I would say that a lot of what being a human comes down to is like playing the social game. I mean, once you get beyond the needing food aspect.
Yeah, right. So life kind of seems like we really need to make sure that, well, I don't know. Like, what does anybody, I'm going to wait to say something. Does anybody else want to say anything about that?
I know a lot of people feel that they need a reason to live or a purpose to live, and that they believe that there's a intrinsic purpose to reality or existence, whatever. I totally disbelieve that, because I think that once you focus everything on one purpose or one reason, you diminish all other aspects of life. It's just my take on it.
But what if I'm choosing the right thing to diminish my life on? So I'm saying, like, logic is so good that I can use it as a diminishing principle.
Well, think of it...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, what I was just going to say is, like, if, what it comes down to is, like, if you look at things even, logic is really just a toolbox, right? It's a tool that allows you to deal with certain things and explore certain aspects. But the thing is, logic itself doesn't tell you what to apply logic to, right? It doesn't give you any kind of a directive. And when you use logic on life itself, what happens is you realize that there is no inherent purpose for life, and that you are going to have to become self-directed.
Yeah, totally.
So,
but maybe that's logical to come to that conclusion.
Well, then what you're saying is it's logical to come to the conclusion that you should find something that you enjoy about life instead of worrying about what the purpose of life is.
Yes, I would say that is logical. That's what I'm saying.
And if you find something that you're happy with, then life becomes different. It's not as much like the surviving to the next day or week. Grass officer. Is that what it is? Nope, that's
First Kitten.
First Kitten.
Hi there.
First Kitten.
Hey, do you guys want to say anything else? I was really into that. Do you guys want to say anything else?
No.
I'm trying to prove logic as a diminishing principle.
Okay.
Challenge me.
It doesn't mean you can't. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy life. I mean, you need logical systems just to get through the day, right? To do anything, pretty much. You need some form of logic, some form of logical system. But like Cody was saying, it's like the logic isn't applied to logic. It's applied to an abstract, right?
What if we didn't use it that way? What if we applied logic to logic?
Well, then you end up with the problem of the evaluation of reason using reason.
Yeah, being reasonable about reason.
Well, what happens is when you apply, you can't use reason to prove reason. The thing is, like, it basically breaks down. That's the exact thing. Is you can't really just prove it in so much as that. Actually, Ozymandias 2, I think is the guy's name. He made a video about this recently, which is basically what it comes down to. It's like, oh, what if I have a diagnostic program? Can I use my diagnostic program on my diagnostic program? And it's kind of like,
yeah,
well,
can you?
Not exactly. Well, it kind of stops working. It doesn't serve, like, it really wouldn't serve any purpose, though.
Oh, what if?
Because
Okay,
because
go
it
ahead.
assumes that if you're to use a diagnostic on itself, you would have to assume that the diagnostic itself is already working. So the use of something automatically assumes that that thing is correct. So you
Okay,
can't really
wait.
use it to prove itself.
But what if the success rate was so high with logic that it just is a facet of the universe? And maybe if we use logic, it works so well to understand things and figure it out that it's like, I would argue that it's an innate part of nature. Like,
Well,
logic, nature.
how does
It's
how does this
logical.
tie back into like the purpose of life, though? Right? Like.
Yeah. Yeah. See.
That's where it's like, oh, like how does that actually, like, you kind of end up with a dead end, or like a kind of like the feedback loop. This is why it doesn't actually make sense. This is why it doesn't actually make very much sense to ask what the point of life is. It's like, well, it doesn't have an inherent point.
I'm trying
Like,
to be
what's the point of a
logical about
rock? It exists. It's like, what's the point of a rock? A rock exists. It doesn't have an
point of the
inherent
universe?
point.
Does it though?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, rocks have an inherent purpose. We use them in our foundation of houses. We use them to build streets and.
That's an application we can apply a rock to, but that is not the inherent the inherent singular purpose of a rock.
What if we didn't have any rocks? Well, Earth would be different. Well, first of all, we wouldn't even be a rocky planet. We live on a rocky planet, and they're trying to prove that, you know, that there's other planets that are rocky planets that could have life because it's a rocky planet.
What if?
But
What if
that's
the
not an
logic-
inherent purpose, though.
No, not inherent purpose, but an inherent existence. Like the rock naturally exists and has its applications that are always effective, and logic naturally exists and has its application that is always effective. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, like, if you're talking way back, people use rocks for weapons, arrowheads. They use them for protection because of caves.
I'm not saying that the rocks can't be used for those things. I'm saying that simply the existence of a rock doesn't mean the simple existence of a rock doesn't imply that it was created in order to become those specific things.
Okay,
the rock just
but-
exists.
Yeah, but maybe within a particular environment or setting, it functions in a way, and therefore in that environment is.
Are you people stoned or something?
Yeah, man.
Let's pointlessly, semantically argue over a point.
You're stoned.
This is like, I can't really argue this. I can't really argue this any more clearly. It's like
now you're like, oh no.
Skill, the same thing could be to what you said about the rock could be applied to people.
Yeah, well, that was my original point. There is no inherent like purpose to being alive or to life or anything. Like the sheer existence of something doesn't imply it has a purpose.
Yeah, but you don't need a purpose for logic to bring you about the outcome you want. So whatever purpose you set, say, you know, taking a dump in a clean bathroom or building a skyscraper, whatever these plans may be, logic is the way to get the shit done correctly.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. But what I was saying is that logic doesn't necessarily give you a clear direction to choose that plan. You have to figure out a different system to choose that plan of like to take the shit in the clean bathroom.
Yeah, but that's to assume that the artwork
Then
on
you
the
wouldn't
wall.
be using logic. He was saying logic. If you choose not to use the bathroom, that's illogical.
Well, no, like what I'm saying is like, okay, say it's like what I'm saying is that logic doesn't lead him to the conclusion that he is going, like, it doesn't lead him to the choice of wanting to take a shit, basically, right? Basically, that occurs due to outside processes. He wasn't like sitting there and like, oh, well, logically, I'm going to have to take this shit. It's just he's applying that to the process of taking a shit to do it in the most effective manner.
People.
I'm lost.
DJ's laughing about this, I think, but
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Okay,
you have to. Logic
wait,
is a. Logic will
wait.
give you the.
Okay,
sorry.
Let me argue. Let me give you a counter argument. Okay, so you know you have to take a shit. So logically, you need a place to take a shit. I mean,
No, by saying you know you have to take a shit.
But it doesn't matter how the toilet looks. How good
the part where you're like, you know you have to take a shit. That's what I'm saying, right? That comes first, and then you apply logic to the taking of the shit. You know you have to do this thing. You have this goal.
Logic is just the appropriate applier. Like it's like
yes, it's
the appropriate thing you apply.
It's the toolkit you use to achieve some desired goal, but it doesn't necessarily give you the goals that you choose. Because you basically will just choose this based on, oh, I want this thing, or I don't want this thing. I want to get pleasure, avoid pain, blah, like various other things, right? I want to get the new car. How do I get the new car? That's when a logic is applied. Logic doesn't necessarily lead up to the desire for the new car or the needing to take the shit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't understand why you guys are hammering this out when you're all like in your 20s and 30s. I mean, duh. I mean, I don't mean to be condescending, but yeah, duh.
Yeah, well, that's how I see this. I'm like, this is super obvious. Like, why am I explaining this?
Well, because people are watching too, so.
I mean, I'm playing this primitive-ass video game.
People are watching.
Jihad, tell me more about your diapers.
What?
So what did the chat say? It says, I wear diapers so
Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So I just finished using up all my my topics.
Philosophy, medicine.
So and maybe that too. Yeah. So kind of free talk. So whatever you guys want to talk about.
So, what do people think logically that we should do to try to get our world out of the crazy situation it's in? Huh? That's a hard
I don't
one.
particularly want to, so I think, we should just let it careen off into whatever craziness is going on. It's interesting to see what's going to happen.
That's true. And
we'll probably all die.
The thing is, you think
Yeah.
people think of the world as a problem, and I'm sure that people 1,000 years ago said, "Fuck, this world is going in the wrong direction. What are we gonna do about it?" But nothing changed.
Well, a hypochondriac his entire life will think that he's gravely ill, and once he'll be right.
no.
That is true, but I would rather not be the hypochondriac.
That's not the point. The point is the hypochondriac I spoke of is the people 1,000 years ago saying, "Oh my God, the world's going to come to an end."
Yeah.
The hypochondriac is us, humanity.
Yes, I understand. And what I'm saying is, instead of worrying about it, yeah, at some point we will come to an end, but it's better to just, enjoy what's going on now than constantly being in fear of it being the end of humanity, just because it could be the end of humanity.
Yeah,
You've been wrong plenty of times.
That sucks, though, like having that as an idea in my head. So I don't even bother to think about it because, fuck, I'm just here. What do you want me to do,
That's why gurus exist. Gurus exist because those people think that there's problems, and these gurus play on those problems, and then they make a niche for themselves.
It's the multi-step cult program I was talking about. Everyone has problems.
Sorry.
Come to me, I have all the answers.
Yes,
Come to
exactly.
me.
Here, you have these problems. Let me sell you the answer to these problems. I have this awesome piece of headgear on. You should listen to me. And then I will tell you all the ways to solve these problems. But it will only work as long as you continue to pay me and you continue to think that you have these problems. If you just realize you don't have the problems, it's done. The jig's up.
It's like
And that's
psychiatry.
because the lower your IQ is, the more you're into hero worship. Because you're like amazed that this person knows everything or whatever.
Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to teach people to save themselves and be their own kings, so that people stop bowing to other people.
Yeah,
Basically, yes.
Yeah, we have to be our own king.
and a lot of people believe that the box that they're stuck in now will be forever. They believe that they're not smart or valid. And what most people should know is that we all have brains. We all have the same brain, human brain. And to say that you can't learn something that somebody else knows, that's just laziness or just deciding not to be smarter.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
Sorry, I'm
Well,
making...
what I would say is that, like, there is a certain variation in IQ, but at the same time, a lot of time, I used to tutor people, and what I realized is a lot of times people get it in their head that they can't do this or that, right? And once somebody believes that they absolutely can't do this or that they're dumb or like this, that, or the other thing, it has this really powerful placebo-like effect where most of what I was doing in tutoring was just trying to convince the person that they could do it for just long enough that they would listen to the things that that they would absorb the thing I was trying to teach them. But once I usually overcame that and convinced them, you got to like cajole them a little bit usually, and once they start to believe, oh yeah, maybe I could do this, I was consistently amazed at how much more intelligent people in general were than they assumed that they were, and how many of the limitations that they put on themselves were actually artificial or self-imposed.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
My aunt was like that when she had to do her GED, and she was told all her life that she was stupid, and she just believed it. So it was very hard to get her to learn even something as simple as like the decimal system and the hundreds and thousands. Like she never even understood that, and it was hard to get her to like even to use an analogy of like to use percentages and decimal spots with money. Like she understood money, she understood cent. So I'm like cent, hundredth, and she would start to slowly kind of get it. But like she believed that she was stupid and she stuck with it because that's all she knew, and it's just too hard to get yourself out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have something to say that is kind of you would think of as conspiratorial, but this really happened. My son is in 4th grade, and he has discovered that people who pay attention in class or like learning and whatever, they sit in the first 3 or 4 rows. But there's people who have decided that they don't like to learn, and they're just allowed to sit at the back of the room on the floor and play in 4th grade. So that, to me, is ridiculous because they are putting those children in boxes. They're saying you're okay, you don't like to learn, you're not valid, so therefore you can just sit there and play in the back of class. I just think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, like we can't just like, well, you can't make them learn, but you know, at least they could provide something for them, then ask them, what do you actually want to do, and then let them go and do that instead, you know? Because if you're not going to learn, you're not going to learn, so it's just wasting our money, it's wasting the time, it's keeping out students who want to learn. They should be doing something that they're interested in. That should be supplied.
Well, whenever I was young and you weren't interested in learning or whatever, the teacher would give you something that you liked to do that was secretly learning, like, you know, a word find or finding pictures in a hidden whatever. It wasn't just, okay, these people are unhelpable, so you all just get to go to the back. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what Chris Kitten just wrote here is what I was just about to say. This can happen like at any point in your life, where as soon as somebody applies a label, has a label applied to them enough times, or they apply a label to themselves, they start to believe that this is what they are. They confuse the label with being, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's the same effect as what I mentioned before, where there's a psychology experiment where there's a whole room full of actors and one person who's a test subject. They have 3 different lines of varying length, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is the longest one," and it's clearly not. What will happen is it'll actually change that person's perception, their actual capability to perceive. So what happens is the same thing happens with labels, right? It's like, oh, this person is like this. And once this gets reinforced enough by other people and they have these certain expectations, this reinforces what goes on. And then it changes that person's experience until this is something that they actually begin to experience in a day-to-day kind of way. And then what happens is they start to believe that this is all that this is exactly what they are, and they can't go outside of this box. And in a lot of ways, that's this social justice kind of a thing is what starts. It's really frustrating to me because it seems like this crazy reinforcement of these labels. It's like, oh, you can't understand this because you're not on this label, and it's like, oh, you can't ever go outside of your label, or you're just wrong. And I'm like, yeah, just because of the way that I look, the way that you're telling me that I am this thing because of an initial perception of me, and that I can't possibly ever experience anything outside of this one label that you decided to, this one box that you've decided to stick me in. And I'm like, wow, you know what? That's a really kind of depressing and kind of pathetic way to view life in general. That
Totally.
You can't ever overcome anything that, you can't overcome anything that somebody has just handed to you and told you that this is what you are. Like, that to me is pathetic.
Yeah, and it's just stupid. And it's wrong. It should be like like illegal, or I don't know, like you can't force an identity on a person,
Yeah, and
yeah.
Well, the terrifying thing is that you actually can. Like, that's what's messed up.
Yeah, like, and not only that, but a parent can scream at their child, and this is seen as normal in America, and that's bad too. Like, nobody should be able to yell at a kid. Or, if they do, at least not all the time, it's crazy.
I mean, it always comes down to, you can never create a system that is always just going to address everything perfectly. What happens is people need to exercise good judgment, or the best judgment at least that they can. And what we need to do is encourage people to make better decisions, I think. What's interesting about the kids, though, is that... like even Rizzo was talking about how his mom was like, you're the intelligent one, and his sister's the responsible one. Oh yeah, neuroplasticity.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple times ago.
Yeah. So I mean, but all this stuff, we kind of just have to decide that. It's fine because we can't do anything about it. So we don't want to let that stuff bring us down, because we have an opportunity to live a valuable life and, have all kinds of awesome experiences and help people, teamwork, good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff, so we got to remember the good
Well, I
stuff.
mean, that's one of the major things that once you start getting to the upper parts of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, these are the kinds of problems that people start working with and trying to deal with usually. You could call it like self-actualization or something like that, but for me it's just, I'm not worried about survival, so now I have to deal with it. Ties into that whole society versus independence thing. To a certain degree, you have to figure out how to work within society, but because you can't just totally function entirely as an island, at least that will severely limit what you're capable of.
Yeah.
But you also need to, most people aren't able to just totally eliminate their own will and not desire anything whatsoever. We're not totally just drones who show up, do work for free, get the very basics, and then tune out. Or at least a certain number of us want something absolutely more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just a boredom thing. Here's the thing, like, I could just sit here and watch Trailer Park Boys and Outlaw Star and, like, just zone out and have fun and chill, or I could talk to you guys and have a hangout with you guys and talk about important stuff and, you know, connect with people, share ideas, feel accepted, feel understood.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, we can motivate each other and make each other better. We can encourage each other to do well in the things that we care about, you know.
Well, that's why social reinforcement is so important.
Yeah.
It affects our neurons, you know. Just doing this makes us think enough to where all week we'll be thinking about other people's opinions and how they factor in our life. I think this is a huge good thing to be able to gather and talk to other people.
Well, there's a reason why, you know, this whole, you know, it's almost like this cult of like success. Why there's such an emphasis on being around. If you want to be successful, surround yourself with successful people and that kind of a thing. And the thing is, it works. It absolutely works. It's important to surround yourself with people who are, with the kinds of people that you want to be more like, because just as a natural mechanic of how our brains work, we become more like the people we surround ourselves with. So
that's easy to say for adults like us, but for children, they don't really have a choice about the sociopaths or the crazy people they have to be around.
Yeah, they're prisoners.
And what should be addressed is that when you see these kind of problems in a child, there should be a special part of we just don't put enough money in education. If there was more money in education...
No, because our education sucks. They don't need any more money. They really don't.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a money problem, but it is definitely an education problem.
Well, they don't learn anything. They learn how to write, kind of, sort of. They learn to do math, kind of, sort of. That's like the end of it. They don't really learn anything else. So you know, they don't learn how to, you know, crowdsource or to communicate or how to use money. You know.
A major part of what the education system actually accomplishes is it teaches you how to function within, you know, society at large in terms of. The reason, for instance, why there are school bells is because it was to get kids used to the way that factory shifts used to have bells, and it's not exactly to create like enlightened individuals. It's to create people who can go out into society and work factory jobs, because it's an industrial revolution invention, really.
So like turning people into Pavlov's dogs, basically.
Well, yeah. Who invests in education? The people that are rich.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
They don't do it to enlighten the masses. They do it to make sure that you are doing your job to make them rich.
Right. Yeah, because then we pick up their garbage, so they don't have to pick up garbage, basically.
Another piece.
That's okay though.
Hey, don't self-fit that job. Garbage. That's a good job to have.
You're right.
I'm
sorry.
Throw garbage in a fucking truck.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was gonna say some garbage picking up jobs are pretty sweet. I was gonna say.
I actually do trash removal sometimes, though.
Right on.
Yeah.
It could be worse. You could be in the Victorian era and shoveling shit in London.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So, like, there's definitely good garbage picking up jobs to have.
And I would probably be wearing a metal chastity belt that has like teeth. That would suck.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Yeah, so definitely, it's not that bad.
Well,
it could be worse. It could be worse, everybody.
It definitely could. but it's just like I kind of, this is one of the things that I spend a lot of time thinking about, because for me, you know, like I have the sword thing that I teach, and I'm always trying to figure out like what is the most effective way of like teaching things, and that's kind of like where I experiment with it, where I'm kind of like, okay, if you're going to train a bunch of people in something that's relatively complicated, and you need to get them to do this automatically under stress, this is a good environment to test different methods for teaching people, right? To see what's going to work and what's not going to work. And the way that they teach in schools isn't really that good for like, you can get information for it, but it's not the best. It's not a highly effective method of teaching practical information. It's
No, not at all.
mostly memorize. Yeah, it's like you memorize it for a test, and then usually for me, it's like immediately gone. The only things I actually remember, like I study comp sci, are the things that I use again and again and again in my assignments. So.
And the things that you actually enjoy.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it too.
Yeah, and Gallo Class makes a good point. Like, you kind of have to figure out your type of personality in terms of figuring out where you want to aim for, you know, doing the things you want to do with your life. Can you be patient with it and kind of do it on the side while you're doing a job, or do you have to just go for it? You know, like, it's the only thing that'll make you happy, and you got to be all about that. Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah, that's what he was saying about doing work isn't bad. That's one of the major things that I kind of a major, we'll say, lifestyle change or perspective change that I had after getting out of the military was, you know, initially it's kind of like entire identity is built around like this kind of a job, right? Because it just creeps into every aspect of your life. Like, your friends are. Oh yeah, totally. So when I got out, I was kind of like, you know what? I don't want to just work my job. And a large part of it was I was like, well, how can I do my job and then to have enough spare time, right? And this is where my idea of like wealth is. That's why I like the idea of wealth as measured in time. How do I get enough spare time to start doing the things that I care about in a more serious kind of way, or serious isn't the right word, but in a more dedicated kind of a way? How do I really go for the things that I ostensibly care about, and how can I turn this into something that, for me, my goal was to turn this into something that at least pays for itself and potentially pays me to do something that I love, and how can I turn, you know, my moonlighting kind of side thing eventually into something that becomes my day job and is going to support me. Like, how can I do what I love? How can I do that in such a way as I support myself?
Yeah, totally. Well said.
And a big part of how you see that is what you think wealth actually is.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, if some people go and they start a job, even if they like what they do they want the money, or do they want to do what they want to do? Because maybe you don't get rich, but maybe you just make enough money to live, but you still get to do something and not work for some asshole.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I thought was really cool was there's this guy who does graphic design, Draplin Design, right? The guy's name's Aaron Draplin, and his philosophy is like, yeah, I want to make it big in the little leagues. He's like, I don't want to get super huge. I don't want to be like I don't want it to turn into a gigantic corporation. He's like, what I love about Draplin Design is that it's small and that I can like really care about everything that I do, and I really enjoy it. And I make enough money that, and he was like, initially I made enough money to pay my bills, and that's all I cared about, and I just kept doing it. And he's like, now I still do the stuff that I love, and I have an excess of money. And he's like, and that's great too.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, you left that other bread.
Who's that?
What about that bread?
Yes.
All about that bread, no fennel.
Yeah.
What, could you hear my family talking about the bread?
Yeah, we were trying to figure out who it was.
Yeah, I'm making toast, and I've had like 2 pieces, and I went and got the loaf, and my boyfriend was like, "What are you gonna eat, a whole loaf of bread?" And then he started saying, "You know, it's all about that bread, whatever."
That song, it can be applied to so many different things. I don't even really like that song, but you can just apply it to any situation that comes up.
It sticks.
So about that meth, no crack.
Oh no.
Let me know how that one works out.
The views of guests on the Logic Church does not necessarily reflect on the views of the Logic Only.
Hey, Logic.
So either an infomercial is about to start or Jerry's speaking.
What?
Logic.
Yes.
I think you should do more of those, like, Friday night party ones, because I had fun.
That
Yeah.
was super fun.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was really crazy, though. I got a little, like, it got... The crazy, it was a whole new level of crazy for me. So I'm like, you know, I'm trying to like, you know.
Well, it was okay.
Yeah.
I rewatched part of it too, and you weren't that crazy. No crazier. I was crazy, but.
Yeah.
I remember having a bunch of fun, but I don't remember much of what I said. I was so tired that day. Like, I had worked so much. I've worked so much the past week, and it can be quite exhausting. So I kind of like woke up after that nap, and then it was just like I remember I was awake, and then I fell asleep again. I don't remember any of the details.
Yeah. Oh man. So, do you guys want to just like socialize? I have like a huge list here of questions that are common questions people ask people.
You were socializing before?
Oh yeah, of course we were. Of course
I
we
kind of
were.
want to say something about what David said real quick, just because it
Sure.
was it just sparked something in my brain that well, basically what he wrote here is that just buying pointless things. What happens is you have a desire to buy something, and then what happens is you effectively get it, and then you don't care about it, and it just ties you up. And one of the things is like I have certain things that I collect, like I said, I collect fountain pens or you know, that kind of stuff. But what I started to realize was that a lot of people just buy things in order to buy them, not even to use them. And what I started to do was I started to focus on like getting things that I actually enjoy using, right? So instead of say like wanting to specifically get a like a new toy or whatever, I would rather get like a set of paintbrushes, because it's not that I specifically enjoy having a paintbrush, but it's that I enjoy painting. So I started to focus more on like activities, and you know, I like doing things as compared to having things. So when I buy things, I focus on, I basically try to keep the activity I want to do or that I enjoy in mind, and how can I enhance this, or how can I, you know, expand this outwards so that I have more options, or I increase my capabilities. As a result, I end up buying a lot of things that would roughly be considered tools as compared to like finished products.
Yeah, me too, totally. I showed you guys all my little fun things I have sitting
Oh,
around.
no one cares, Andrew.
Yes, I do art. Music.
The fields, they are hurt.
My
No one
fusies.
cares about the feels.
Okay,
Music
fine.
is my dream.
No one cares about the fields. All logic. No.
Oh, poor me. Okay. I'll
I
play
said no
my
one cares.
toys.
I said, oh.
I'll play my toys alone. They're all mine. Don't touch my toys.
I already stole them.
Just remember
No.
who is the
You feel like
master.
Buddha.
Yeah. Oh man, one of the things is I absolutely love trading things. Trading is sometimes I will hold on to things, like for instance that turntable, not because I specifically want it, but because I know somebody who wants it, and there's a certain aspect of, I don't know, it's just interesting to me to see what I can trade. And well, for instance, I had a Bluetooth headset that I never used, and I traded it to my boss for a duty belt, which I wanted to keep some tools on while I was doing my job. And there's something really satisfying about like trading like that, where it's something that I wanted and that I use regularly, and then he uses that headset regularly and he's quite happy with it. And the abstraction of money tends to eliminate a little bit of the satisfaction, I find, as compared to barter.
I agree with that, definitely. I like to make crystal like wands and stuff, just like artistic kind of stuff. And you know, I trade with people to get other things that I like by trading with them. And it's more fulfilling to trade than to buy it.
Well, especially if it's something that somebody made too. That's one of my favorite things, is when either I can make something specifically for somebody, or we can like trade back and forth things that we have made. That, I don't know, there's a certain aspect to knowing that somebody invested time into something rather than just money, that there's psychological weight to it.
Yeah, because if you're just putting money around it, it's the same concept of like when you hear a number of how many people died in the news. Do you really does it really sink in that all those people died? Because you don't really have any bond, you don't have any understanding of who they are. But if you saw all these people die, it would be a completely different story.
Yeah, or if one person that you knew died,
yeah,
it would be a lot different too. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with money and wealth, and you know, if they have something that they had for a long time and they had a psychological bond to it, and they're giving it to you, it's not lightly. Like.
There's a insubstantial, value to it. I mean, even if it's just between the two of you and it's just sentimental or whatever, but it's really hard to there's no, like, it's purely psychological, but at the same time, because our psychologies are the things we experience, right, it's very, you can experience it.
Yeah, and you could also have two things that aren't equal in you can know how much their
dollar value.
You can know their dollar value, but you don't actually know value. I don't know if Voltaire said that or something like that. They said that we know how much everything costs, but we don't know the value of anything.
Yeah, that's an awesome quote.
I don't think it's Voltaire. It's someone else.
Well, just as easily you can get really obsessed with how much things cost, but not how much they're worth. Oh yeah, Oscar Wilde is full of awesome quotes. That doesn't surprise me at all, actually, that he would say that. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people these days do really just get obsessed with the dollar value of things, though, and a lot of times it's like, oh, if it's not worth a lot, if it's not worth a lot of money, then it's not worth anything. And I don't know. I kind of just reject that.
It's like if it's not a reward if you don't get money for it. It's like, what?
Yeah. It's odd. Here's something kind of interesting. Well, one job we did, at the end of it, we had gone all day and hadn't eaten much or whatever, and then at the very end of the day, these people who were very nice to us and really appreciated the work that we did made some sandwiches for us and gave us some like apple turnovers. And my boss and I were like we were riding back like from this town outside the city in the truck, and we were just like, even though it's just these sandwiches, I mean, like, probably like $20 worth of food or something like that. And we're just like laughing like we're the kings of the world because we got these sandwiches and these turnovers. But there's something about that sticks with me even now far more than like getting an extra $10 or an extra $20.
It's morale, man.
Yeah, it's a huge morale booster. Like we were on the top of the world at that point, and it was really awesome, and it made the entire experience more satisfying for sure.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, and when you work for someone, there's a difference between you working for them and you see that they're getting all of your value, right? And they're not. It's like a contract, and they're sucking it out of you. But when people, like, that goes back to what we were talking about before, like positive reinforcement. You give a little bit. They have to give something back. They have to keep your spirits up. They have to treat you like you matter, like you actually are part of that family, part of that group.
Yeah, good point.
If you can't,
that is a huge
if
deal.
you start, there's nothing like there's nothing wrong with having a business and having workers that work for you. But if you treat them like they're just shit, then you're not going to have quality of product, and they're not going to have any quality. And they're not going to like you, and you know, it's just crap.
Well, the most successful companies are always the ones where the employees themselves feel like they have a stake in what they're doing. They feel like what they do has value, and it impacts the people that they're working for or the customers that they're serving, and as a result. Oh, what's that?
And like they're getting their values worth. Like they're putting effort in. They want to know that they're getting their value. That they're valued.
They're not just a faceless drone. They feel like they actually have some impact. That they are valuable to the people that they're serving or working for or whatever. And that's a huge part of. I believe that's a huge part of like being happy as well. Just feeling like you're valuable.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I think that's an issue for me too. I think I want to feel like I'm valuable, so that's why I came up with the idea to do this hangout, because I wanted to feel like I was contributing my mind to something, or to people, or to a team, or anything like a project, whatever. I wanted it to be with other people where I could contribute. You know.
Yeah, Team Logic. Go Team Logic.
Yeah.
There was a study that has actually been done recently, and this guy, he's somebody pretty famous, I think, but he went and thoroughly did a study of schools, trying to figure out why certain schools have more dropout rates, or why does the inner city schools have, less success, and this and that and the other. And one of the top 5 things on the list of making somebody better didn't have anything to do with knowledge. It had to do with camaraderie and teammanship and spirit, as in feeling like you're part of a whole. Because when you're part of the team, this is his theory, when you're part of a team, it makes you more motivated to be a better student.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, one of the things that kind of got me thinking about this was the over the holiday season, I got a card from one of my friends who lives in Toronto, and he sent me a card that was basically just thanking me for my friendship. And it was one of those things where, like, usually in my life, not a lot of things like really kind of have much of an emotional response. But I just read that and I was like, yeah, that's kind of touching. And then I was like, what? It was really odd that I was like, what is this? Like, what's going on here? And then I kind of was thinking about it, and it's like, why would somebody like thank me for being their friend? It was just a bizarre kind of a concept for me. And then I started to realize, like, I was thinking about it more and more, and I was like, well, to be honest, like, most people, there's a sense of isolation, I guess, these days. And if somebody is actually like genuine and like actually cares about you and like invests time and effort into being a friend, then yeah, that actually has a lot of value. And I was like, holy crap, I didn't even ever expect that. And in retrospect, it seems like kind of obvious, but it just is. It was a very strange realization.
I've had a lot of people say that about me, and I had that same reaction. Like, what do you mean? This is how you're supposed to do it, right?
Yeah. I was like, this is like the baseline for being a human being. This is like part of what this is normal.
Yeah, right.
Like is a soldier a hero, or is he just doing his job? Because there's a difference between the two. Is someone a friend, or are they just someone that that you kind of but are they investing time in you, or are you allowing them to invest time? Are you having a mutual thing, a bond?
Yeah. Well, one of the soldier thing is particularly kind of a very odd situation because it's like, for instance, I had people like when I would tell them like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm in the military, and then they'd be like, oh, thank you. I'm like, well, I didn't do any. I was like, what? Like, no. It's like thanking you for doing your job. It's kind of it doesn't. I don't know. There's a sense of like idolization of people just because they're soldiers, and it's like I'm not doing this to be like a hero for somebody. It's like if I wanted to be a hero, like it would only be meaningful to me to hear that if it was somebody whose life I directly impacted, like say like comrades or whatever.
Exactly.
Those are the people that I could potentially be in the position to be a hero for, if anything, and even then it's a weird idea. But when somebody just thanks me out of the blue, I'm kind of like, what? I don't think you understand how this works.
Wow.
So funny.
There's people that go out and do those sorts of things to be a hero because they want that recognition, and then there's people who are actually heroes that are just like, well, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to. This is what I think this is. That's honor.
Right. There's people who use that as a crutch so they can be like, oh, I'm a hero.
Yeah, they're charlatans. They're charlatans and posers, and they're just looking to get. They're not doing it. They're not just doing it because they want to help people, and that's what they think is right. They're doing it because they want attention, they want glory, they want this or that.
Yeah, I mean, I know I keep bringing up the swordsmanship thing, but this is like to me like kind of my social experiment in a lot of ways. What I've noticed is that in a lot of the larger circles, right, there's I don't know, in the Kima community, there are a lot of people that, like, I kind of call them mimics. They're people who, if you talk to them, they appear to understand all of these things, and they're able to behave as though they understand what's going on. But then whenever there's any kind of a pressure or any kind of a major test that goes on, all of a sudden everything falls apart, and it's kind of like, how do you tell if somebody is like just playing the part or if they're actually striving for mastery? Well, I think that's a large part of it. Is somebody going for glory or striving for mastery?
Actions speak louder than words in that. And if you see, you can tell the difference. You can look and see.
That's exactly why the club motto is speak with action.
This person has the passion, and when you talk about something, bam, something goes on in their head. A light bulb goes on. They jump in and they want to do it. People that are just like, they're hipsters, they're posers. They're there to fit in. They're there to be a mimic, like you said. They're a chameleon. They need a place. They don't have their own personality, their own character, so they attach to something else that seems cool and.
Well, and for me, one of the big struggles that I have is like trying to determine, like, when I'm talking to somebody, if they are just acting the part or whether they are genuine, for lack of a better term. And then, within my club, I'm like, how do I cultivate that desire for mastery over rank or status or whatever else? And my solution was eliminate the status associated with it, treat everybody as equal, and basically focus them on try to like really focus on getting people to invest in each other in the group, investing time and getting people to teach each other from a very early on in the training.
It's exactly what I said. If you look and read it, you got to get people into a roundtable group where you might have a leader, but everyone still has their input, and they're all willing to contribute, including you, including the leader. Like, everyone has to be in on it. And the people that they don't really want to do that, like, if you want them to express something, you want them to demonstrate, and maybe they don't understand something, and you say, okay, well, let's go and do it. And if they're like, well, I can't do it, they could just be like afraid to do it, but some of them just they don't want to ruin the illusion that they know what they're talking about, that they know what they say they can do.
And
you got to weed that out right away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And then you don't want to just get rid. If at all possible, if you can catch it early enough, you don't want to just drive those people off. You want to actually inspire them to take action and to become capable instead of just and actually inspire that desire for mastery instead of just driving them away.
Because why are they there? I mean, are they just doing it because they're malicious and they're trying to fit in for their own gain? Or are they just afraid? They don't know where to fit in. They don't know how. And if you don't show them...
I would cite the incident of last week where Logic let a guy in that was Christian, Anthony, whatever his name was, and tried to debate him in a way that, I thought he did a very good job at debating him. But the guy was a faker. I don't know what he told him before to get...
Did you say Gary?
No, I was talking about...
Okay, never mind. I was going to say, no one cares about Gary. Go ahead.
No, I was talking about Anthony, that you must have thought that he was a pretty cool guy to add to the chat for you to be able to add him to the chat, but I think he was faking. I think he was just doesn't know it.
Yeah, I think he's just he's making it up. Watch me make it up on the fly. Evidence? What for? I don't have to show you evidence.
Well, that might be true, but then you have to kind of go with skill set. Take him aside. Maybe he's really not a bad guy. Talk to him. Tell him these are the boundaries.
I did. I told him this to him like 10 times, 15 times even. And he's making like hate videos against me now and stuff like that. It's like, come on, dude. What?
Yeah.
That's his problem. That's not your problem.
Yeah. Oh no, I just think it's funny. He's so preoccupied with me. It's like I don't have to like you, man.
Hate videos. He's going to other people's sites like Rizzle, who was not even here. Rizzle was not even here last week when it happened. He's going on sites like his and making all these crazy comments in his comment feed that are just ridiculous. I mean, he never stops. It's like, if you don't like something, why don't you just go away from it and take it out of your life? Why?
Yeah.
Well, here's one of the what I was talking about before. What's interesting is that there's been a couple people who have joined the club and the Swordsmanship Club, and what's happened is they've started and they've been like really interested in like the recognition for being like this certain image or whatever, and kind of it's one of those dances, I guess, one of the social dances where you have to like make it so that people feel comfortable. Like you have to be like, hey man, it's okay, right? Like it's okay to be who you are. You don't have to put up this front. Like you don't have to like keep pretending. It's like, it's okay. We're here to help you, right? And in society in general, it's such a competitive, like cutthroat kind of a situation where a lot of people just build up these giant walls, and you have to like really kind of relax somebody until they're able to like let their guard down enough to just kind of become more genuine and like grow some self-confidence, really.
It's because they're trying to maintain they're trying to maintain, once they have a gift of status, reputation, they need to stay with it. And there's no being genuine because they're putting on an act. So you have to make sure that the reward is not status. It's not, oh look, Jimmy, he's a badass. Oh, don't fuck with him. Oh, he's a black belt. He's a this or that. No, your reward is the doing and learning and teaching other people and learning and doing something with it. That's what has to be the reward, not
connection.
Here's a black belt, here's a red belt, here's a title. Yeah.
That's specifically why we don't have a ranking system in the club. One of the guys was like, "Oh, well, you should consider getting like belts or ranks or something." I'm like, "No, I very specifically engineered that out of the organization because that puts too much of a focus on the reward of status as compared to the reward of mastery." I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to reward somebody with status, because then what happens is people are going to rely more on the status, and they're going to seek the status as compared to seeking mastery. The only reward in that club is to get better.
I read something somewhere that a similar note within the military is once they started really adopting more defined actions or behavior and giving them medals and different pins and stuff like that and chevrons, and then more people started enlisting because it's like a trophy, and they're like, oh, here's a status symbol, I can use it and I can go back to the tribal ape-like mentality.
Well, yeah, that's what generally ends up happening.
And the reason why that is created in the first place is so that people at the top can stay at the top.
Yeah, very much so. It's just one of those things that was really kind of I had to figure out a method to get around that specifically, where it's again like languages is a good example. It's like, oh, or the education system, like especially university, it's like, oh, mostly people are going there in order to get their diploma. They're not necessarily going there in order to like learn about any given subject. They want to get their diploma, and the reward is that diploma, not mastery. And it's kind of like, well, it's kind of creating a problem.
Yeah, because they're not likely to find a job in that field anyway.
Exactly.
And then you have all these people with degrees in fields that it's like a shift. It's like, this guy went to school for this, but he's in this, and this person went to this field, but they're in this, and everyone doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just pretending.
Yeah. My favorite was I have one of my friends is the guy who cuts my hair, right? So what happened was I was talking to him kind of roughly about this, and I was like, yeah, like what's gonna happen when you like end up with a sociology degree or something? He's like, hey, I have a sociology degree, and I'm like, yeah, but you learned the trade of hair cutting, or like hair, or like you learned how to be a barber, and he's like, I really can't argue with that. I'm like, you with your sociology degree literally only reinforced my point. It was pretty funny.
But is he happy with what he's doing?
Oh yeah, he's a super badass hairdresser, or like whatever you would call it. He's a super badass barber.
He probably could have just went to school and learned whatever he wanted for his own interest, and then just gone and been a barber anyway.
I think that's what he did. Was sociology was his interest, and then I'm like, oh, okay. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I mean, I was just like, yeah, it's not necessarily a practical thing. And he's like, well, I have a sociology degree, and it's just like, well, I'm happy for you, but you're cutting my hair right now.
Well, and then what you're saying is some people, they don't like to make their interest into their job. It kind of ruins it for them.
Exactly.
Like my father is an engineer and a mechanic, maintenance, all that stuff. And then when he came home, he didn't want to fix his car. He didn't want to do any of that. He took it to somebody else.
Oh, guys, it's like this. Like, I have like an emotional connection to my art, and if I let other people have it, it changes. Oh yeah, it changes the emotional connotation of it. Like, for example, if I make a song and it becomes famous or people really like it, it's going to sort of become part of like an amalgamate of like a subculture or like a culture or something like that. And that's, it's become popular, people are listening to it, it attaches itself to something, and so it becomes something that's not just a piece of art anymore. And so sometimes I get a little, like, this is my baby, kind of a thing. I don't want you guys to, like, muddy the water's clear, Does that make any sense? It's like my subjective experience of art.
Yeah, it can be associated with a culture. And you don't have control. That's the hardest part about being an artist. You don't have control over your art once it's out there, right? Because anybody can interpret this, and that's the really interesting and crazy awesome thing about art is pretty much literally just interpreting something beyond its base value, right? Instead of just being like, oh, that is a chunk of wood, it's like, oh, well, what does the chunk of wood mean, right? And everybody is going to have different associations with this and different
connotations.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to interpret this differently.
Yeah,
I think that's the
totally.
beautiful thing about art as well. It's pretty much up to the artist to have that responsibility to paint an accurate picture of whatever they want to paint.
Well, at the same time, though, absolutely everybody who looks at that piece of art after the fact is going to interpret it differently. So, you know, one person could see, like, I don't know, one person could see, like, just a picnic. It could be, one person relates to it in terms of, like, oh, well, you know, like, this is, like, a warm summer day, and, like, it reminds me of my childhood or whatever, whereas somebody else could have, like, a totally different kind of a response to this or interpretation, or they may not even recognize that as a picnic at all. That's like the viewer actually, the way they interpret.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
I thought I
wait till
muted
wait
myself.
till he finishes. It sounded okay, but wait till he finished talking.
The way that the viewer themselves, their interpretation of the art actually is, it changes some of the art itself, or it changes, I guess, some of the meta of the art at very least. That's why, like, huge art critics can, like, impact how certain pieces of art are interpreted. But just in general, it's kind of interesting to think that it's like, oh, well, a really great example would be the whole, I think it was like R. Mutt, the urinal thing, where he took just a urinal, which is this rather, like, a pragmatic object, right, and basically was like, hey, look at this. This thing has all this design into it. It has these different forms. It has, like this is a piece of art. And I suppose the whole point is, by looking at it and interpreting it as a piece of art, that is what created it as a piece of art. That's what transformed it into art. The fact that people decided to, like, interpret it beyond just the pure functionality aspect of it.
Well, I think people have kind of this, I would say, odd tendency to not think that art has a functional purpose, and I think that's the opposite. I think that anything that has a functional purpose can be considered art within itself because of its functional purpose. I mean, people don't just design things just to design them. If it has a functional purpose, it's been designed a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that same regard, we can also classify that as art.
Oh, that's actually part of what I was saying, which is anytime you can take something that was designed purely with pragmatic intentions, right? Not with the modern art perspective of, oh, I have to create this piece of art because it is art, right?
Yeah.
And you can look at something like a piece of industrial design, and actually that's where most of my favorite art exists, in beautifully designed tools and pieces of machinery and stuff. Like, for instance, the way that the types of swords that I specifically teach are designed. To me, this is a beautiful thing, not just because of the way that it looks or these surface level aesthetics, but because of the way they function and the way that they feel. And there are many different, there are different layers to it, but that to me is part of what creates this beauty. And this object itself, this artifact, is an incredibly beautiful piece of artistry, in my opinion, not just from the aesthetic level.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I totally agree. I think that art is subjective. Once you make it and it goes out, you can't control what other people are going to think about it. But a lot of times you can trap the emotion felt in the art, like, in what you draw. You can they can kind of feel the emotion. But there's always going to be people who think that it's totally different than what you thought it was. There's always going to be that.
Yeah, totally. I
would like to hear Logic play guitar. Speaking of art.
When I think of that, I think about music theory and how, like, different tones create different schemes for sounds, and how different people interpret those different schemes.
Right.
Yeah, music is totally fascinating, actually.
Yeah, music is my life. I devote about 80 to 90% of my life to music.
Here's a. Oh, I just thought of something kind of interesting, which was, you know, if art is not no longer confined to, you know, like something that was created to be art, the way that I kind of view my life in general is as a work of art. I'm like, am I living in a skillful way? Am I, you know, are the decisions that I'm making, do they have like a certain kind of artistic value in, because it's like there are many options of how I could solve a problem, right? But there's a certain amount of style to the specific ones that I choose and kind of the way that I go about doing things. And in a lot of ways, I mean, to me, that is just as artistic, the same way that, I mean, this is why things like dance is considered art, right? And for me, there's something kind of specifically beautiful about art as action, or action as art, rather. Because, for instance, when it comes to swordsmanship, right? When I do an action, right, if I do something extremely well, it's there and it's gone like 1 second later, right? Like it's not going to be recreated. There's something the same as a dance, right? When you do a dance, it's not recreated exactly every time. It's always a unique kind of a performance. And to me, there's something like really especially interesting and appealing about that.
Yeah. I think that art in particular is sharing a piece of your, you know, soul, but it's your part of your brain, and that sometimes people will see you differently and see you in a better light once they've seen your art, because they can see maybe the pain that you're going through, or see maybe through music, you know, they can feel the bluesy feelings that you're going through, or whatever.
It's therapeutic, it really is.
It's yeah, totally.
Yeah,
And
it's a way to communicate too.
And my band plays lots of different kinds of songs. My daughter raps, but we also do murder ballads. Which a lot of people around here in the Appalachians are against doing the murder ballads, even though historically they exist. So they don't like to hear people sing them because it was during a hard time where people, you know, had to choose, well, do I want my child to starve to death, or should I, you know, it's stupid reasons, but I believe in keeping that kind of thing alive, even if it goes against a social norm.
I think that a lot of people are too interested in how does something make me feel rather than what can we learn from this.
Right.
Yeah,
Even if you
I
don't
agree with
like
that.
you can always learn something from it.
Understand someone who had to kill their child because in their mind and in that day and time they thought it would starve to death or something crazy like that. It's fun to dissect those kind of ideas so that therefore we won't repeat them in the future.
Yeah. People just tend to look at ideas like that and say, oh, it's horrible. But it's like, why were people killing their children? So they wouldn't starve to death. And then you have to go into the whole entire thing about the economy at that point in time and things like that, and the environment. And you kind of learn, like, what can we do to prevent this exact situation from happening again in the future.
Exactly. And you know, one way they managed to do it around here is we got roads to all these isolated places. That, you know, you can go to any tippy top mountain now in a regular car. You don't have used to be you have to have like a very high up 4-wheel drive to get to some of the places. We finally got it there. We have real roads that go up to all of the isolated places.
you know that creates another problem, because yeah, you've made all these things to make travel easier or getting resources in, but then there's people who will be like, wow, this ruined the natural beauty, and I can't hike up this place, or I can't do this, and then they make all sorts of laws that you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't parachute, base jump, whatever.
It's kind of like they're conquesting the environment.
Right. Well, we have a specific ordinance in our county where, like, billboards, for instance, you can't have billboards except for in town, and they can't be above like so many feet so that they don't block the view of the mountain. And then the walking trails go in and out of these gravel roads. The roads that they're making aren't paved huge highways. They're like small gravel roads, you know. So it's not really affecting anything like that, because we have the Appalachian Trail, which is totally protected, all by National Forest land. So there won't be any roads going to those isolated places because those places are protected and there are no houses there.
I live in the Chicago area, and you can't go about 200 feet without seeing a single tree.
Yeah, you sound like a Chicagoan. You sound like a Chicagoan.
You can't go about 200 feet without seeing a single tree. They kind of have different laws out here about when it comes. I know, like, it's kind of a concrete jungle, but at the same time, everywhere there's different trees and stuff, which is something positive out of all that.
That's the beauty about Chicago, because that's my home. I grew up in Chicago, and when you go there, you see that, yeah, there's all skyscrapers and everything, but there's grass everywhere and there's trees everywhere, and it's not all just planned like out in the sticks, out in like some subdivision somewhere. It's beautiful in the fall. Oh.
I would love to come see it sometime.
I kind of wanted to comment on something that Frost Dragon mentioned real quickly. Yeah, we're just talking, man. Talking is not necessarily a thing that we place limits on here in Logic Church.
No.
But
talk away. Actually, that's kind of what we're here for.
Yeah.
Why do you have a guitar? I mean, why do you have your guitar, Logic?
What?
Oh, he was practicing, I guess.
Oh yeah, I was just having fun listening.
Are you going to serenade us, sir?
I don't know if it will come through.
Oh yeah, it does come through. Well,
does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's
music time with Logic.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Does it come through?
Yeah, it comes through. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Awesome.
I was just playing around too. That's improv. Ooh.
That is really cool, man.
Make a beat of it.
Should I go? Maybe I should go play live somewhere. I've been trying to build my courage to do it. I don't know.
You should. Playing live.
Sometimes you gotta just get up and do it.
Go somewhere where people can join in and jam, and then talk to them and say, "Hey, let's go do something. Let's go play."
Yeah, that's a good way to make friends.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should do it.
meet new
Logic.
people.
Playing live changes your whole view. It's cathartic. You will have an epiphany of like, why haven't I done this before? Because you realize how the music affects other people, and it's awesome. It's
I
awesome.
think in
definitely.
high school I got into dancing, and it's like it's different. It's different being a performer than standing from the sidelines. Like
Yeah.
you learn quite a bit from being the person that everyone is looking at, rather than being the person that's looking at the people performing.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you know,
that's kind of why I'm doing this too. I'm trying to build my fortitude to be able to play music live. So.
The more you do it, the more you learn to just cut loose whenever you really need to.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
What state are you in? Logic.
What?
The state of Logic.
He's in the state of
A gaseous state.
Oh, what is this state about?
No, what state are you in? Like
What I'm playing?
Yeah.
What?
What providence do you hail from?
Oh, when I play guitar, right?
Right.
Oh. Oh yeah, I'm taking flight.
Geographically, where are you?
Oh, where
What is your location?
Oh, you mean like geographic?
Yeah.
What is your location?
Oh, I live in California.
God damn it, dude.
Yeah.
I just like how that was his immediate reaction. No explanation, just God damn it.
I am
Oh, cognitive dissonance.
Plasma.
Cognitive dissonance is strong in Logic.
I've heard like so many things today that are just like, fucking Twitter.
The tweeters.
People that block you just like instantly if you don't agree with their opinion, and it's like the cognitive dissonance is strong in this one.
Man, okay, so here's what's really weird, okay? I found out that one of like my friends who I talk to and kind of like deal with fairly regularly, like semi-regularly, like just randomly I was blocked on Twitter, and I don't even say anything on Twitter. Like I literally send a handful of like private messages to people via Twitter, and that is it. So I'm just kind of like, what?
He blocked.
I got blocked.
I don't use that.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck?
Wait,
So weird.
you sure he didn't use the anti-Gamergate block bot or something
No,
like that?
I didn't like post anything about Gamergate at all. It was just like all of a sudden I like was like, saw a thing on Facebook.
There's a lot of people who weren't involved that got dragged into it because of that block bot, because of who they followed on Twitter and YouTube.
Oh, so it's like if you immediately follow, if you already followed Cold Biscuit,
It blocks certain people, and then it blocks everyone that's following them, and then sometimes it goes to the next level and blocks everyone that's following them.
That's really crazy. And so like even if you don't agree with somebody and you just want to see what the opposition is saying,
You
block.
can't even see what they're saying because you're
Whoa. No dissent allowed in the ranks. Holy crap.
Because then they have to admit that they could be wrong.
Holy crap. That's actually kind of terrifying.
There's this woman today on Twitter that just blocked me for pointing out that she said that colleges shouldn't be free speech campuses.
she's a dumb bitch.
Because those women don't want to live in reality. They want to live in their own constructed reality.
So basically, you're blocking anyone that disagrees with your opinion just because they disagree, and then she blocked me.
Well, you gotta protect the field.
I didn't even state my opinion. She just blocked me automatically after that.
Gotta protect the field, bro.
Block at her face.
Because she'd be wasting her time talking to you about something that she doesn't care about. She doesn't want it.
And
she doesn't want you to talk about it.
And then another woman was like, blocking people is not censoring them, and I'm like, okay, if the government blocks you from voting, then we'll say that's also not censorship. You agree? I got no reply.
So Jim Crow is basically the same thing.
Basically.
That's so strange.
I'm blocking
Like,
you
I just-
because
It should be strange, but I can't say that it's ironic because it's not exactly not commonplace.
Well, I guess for me it was kind of bizarre, I guess, or is still actually kind of bizarre, just because I don't really like on my university. Sometimes I run into this, or like with my liberal friends. Sometimes, like I had that guy who's like, "Oh, you need to check your privilege," and I'm like, "You're white, a dude, and you make 5 times as much money as me, and
Did
you are
somebody
definitely."
tell you
And I'm
that?
like, "Yeah, straight up to my face." And I was like, my immediate reaction was, I was like, "Oh, I wonder how easy it's gonna be to break your jaw," but
Oh
then
my god, I was thinking the same thing.
it just made me like it made me like really mad, and I'm not used to getting mad at all, and I was just like, what the heck? And then I was like, I'm totally out of my depth with these social justice people. I'm like, I just don't know what the heck is wrong with them.
But he was absolutely right. You have to check your privilege because what
I
that
choke
really
a bitch
means,
that says that shit.
if you put it into context,
did.
I am not permitting you to say what you want to say.
I will choke.
I'm privileging you on whether you can say this or that.
I forbid you.
I forbid you. That's what they're saying.
You can't forbid me.
Well, that's
about a passive-aggressive sort of way.
That's really what it comes down to. It's like, I have the moral high ground because reasons.
It's
So
like,
I'm going to emotionally blackmail you into doing what I want. And I'm like, I'm not very emotionally responsive. So I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is weird. Like, you're being weird. I just didn't know how to respond.
Someone literally told me, because I follow Anita Sarkeesian on Twitter, I inherently have the moral high ground.
What?
Yes. Somebody literally told me that.
Nope. I think that person might be stupid as fuck.
Hey guys, I was muted, right, guys? When I was playing, I was muted, right?
No, you weren't.
Was I muted?
Play
Did you
again.
hear me? No.
Play again.
Okay. Oh no, I'm just asking because I was like singing a song. Sorry.
No, I know, but we didn't hear. Yeah, you're muting yourself again.
Oh. Do you guys want to hear?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. It's good. It's a little emotional. Okay, so.
Don't get emo on me.
I'll try.
You got all the feels up in this business. All the feels.
Can you guys hear my voice? Does it come through?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Just like I messed up.
Shouldn't have told us. We wouldn't have known.
I can't sing with one of my ears with the headphone over it. I can't hear the echo, right?
No, I didn't hear the echo.
Okay. Can I do it again?
Yeah.
No.
Go ahead.
No,
No, we're gonna tell you no. If I say no, would it stop you?
You guys are trying to help me build fortitude.
Play.
Well, here's a little tip.
Yeah.
In any kind of performance or any kind of thing that you make, don't let people on to the fact that you made a mistake, because chances are they're not going to notice. And if they do, they're just a critic. Most people are just going to hear the whole thing.
I was thinking
If you
about.
make a mistake, just keep playing. Keep going.
Well, I was thinking about doing it as a comedy routine, where like
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, I messed up. Can I do it again?
Well,
and then everybody's gonna laugh, and then I'll play the song correctly.
You're garbage, Andrew. You're garbage.
Just continue after making a mistake.
Gosh.
Because 9 times out of 10, it's like O said, people won't notice. Like, I've done speeches before where I made a whole bunch of mistakes, and people didn't even notice that I made a mistake. And I was like, but I made all these mistakes, and they're like, yeah, it's great.
Frost, we're all mistakes.
Well, I'm gonna sing a different song.
Andrew's the biggest mistake of them all.
Oh.
Burn, bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, burn.
Okay, you guys talk. I'll figure this out, and I'll do it in a second.
Okay. So going off of what Cody said, like, I'm from like a Socratesian school of thought when it comes down to like my life philosophy. I'm pretty much a moral objectivist when it comes down to what's good and what's the good, so to speak. But it's like you need to learn from every situation in order to figure out what the good is.
Yeah.
I think knowledge is the only thing that's the actual good, and if you ignore some type of knowledge, then you're doing wrong automatically.
Yeah, well, I like to view everything that happens in your life as an opportunity, and if you only see it as, oh, this is inherently good or this is bad, instead of seeing it as something that leads into the future, it is a new chance to either learn something new or connect with somebody or do all kinds of things, right? You can't just. That's why I say, you know, the two parts are. Plan as though you're going to live forever and live every day like it's your last. Because if all you're going to ever do is focus on the exact moment right now, then you don't have much motivation to ever get beyond what you just did or to think about how you would do something again in the future.
Yeah, I think it's something common that people do is where they get into a bad situation and they're constantly focusing on how do I get out of this situation instead of taking the steps to figure out how they got in a situation in the first place and then reversing it.
Yeah. Well, to tie this in with like the social justice thing, what's really odd is when they're basically demanding that pain not exist or that hurt feelings not exist rather than yeah, exactly. It's exactly. Rather than instead of looking at themselves and saying, how can I change what I am doing? How can I change the way that I'm dealing with the world in order to deal with this pain or whatever? It's something that it really comes down on the individual to deal with whatever circumstances they're in, rather than demanding other people conform what you want to your expectations, or conforming your reality to your expectations. You know, like having somebody do things for you doesn't help you as much as learning to do it yourself, basically.
And I think it's a big thing that people tend to look over, and in a lot of ways they're similar to theists. Like they start with an assumption about the world, and then they want the world to conform to that assumption, and it just doesn't work like that.
Oh yeah, exactly. And well, actually, I have like a tattoo on my back which basically symbolizes that. I mean, it symbolizes like going through difficult or intense situations and coming out in a higher state, or like evolving or adapting to it and learning from it. And it's like, you know, it was one of those things that I've had to go through repeatedly in my life, and I decided to get a tattoo that symbolizes that, simply because when you experience it enough times and you don't want to forget the lesson again, it's kind of like, oh, well, I may as well get like a giant reminder that I see every single day.
Sorry, guys, had a problem.
Oh, what? Somebody had a problem?
Something happened to my screen. It was all messed up, so I had to refresh.
Yeah.
And back out.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Can I give it one more shot, guys?
Oh yeah, go for it.
It's okay? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Alright. Pressure's on. Whew. Okay. losing faith. I gotta get up. I got dreams to make. I gotta live up. No, it ain't no mistake. No way. I just wanna have some fun until the is through. I just wanna boogie down. I gotta get up. I give a single day. I gotta live up. I got some money to make. You gotta get up. Stand up for your rights. I gotta live up. No, it ain't no mistake. No way. Did you guys hear that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was good.
Okay.
I was singing with it, kind of.
Yeah, I'm so shy with my music. I feel like I'm so vulnerable, it's crazy.
Oh man, don't be so worried. It's awesome.
Yeah, it takes a while. I used to be like that with music also, and it takes a while. And going and playing live in places that don't matter, like little small bars and stuff, that is what will help you. And then eventually you'll realize that you know how to play the guitar, and none of the other people here do in the bar.
The showmanship part of it is a really difficult thing to master.
I'll just be funny and uncomfortable, or like I'll try to like make it part of my act, like make my weaknesses my strength, you know, or something like that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that do comedy and put their music together. Like Bill Hicks did a lot of that.
My daughter wears sunglasses on stage.
I like Filthy Frank comedy and music.
Did you hear me?
No? What'd you say?
I said my daughter, she wears sunglasses on stage because she feels like it gives her more courage.
Oh, yeah, I was probably going to do the same thing. I got my Ray-Bans.
I'm a fan of hoodies, but that's just me.
Actually, I used to really dislike any kind of like public speaking or like any kind of a situation where like public attention would be focused on me. But then I had to do Toastmasters. It was part of a thing I was doing in high school.
Oh my
And,
god, Toastmasters.
Oh, Toastmasters. Oh man.
Test your might.
Yeah, right. But at this point, it's kind of like now every single week, like one of the highlights of my week is to go out and talk in front of a bunch of people about some obscure topic, which is nerdy as hell, to be totally honest. And kind of like it was one of the there's the best way to get better at it is to practice it, I guess. So one of the things that when I was first teaching, it was very difficult for me. And then I found, well, after about 6 months of it, I noticed a huge difference in my ability or like my skill level at teaching. And then now, a year and a half later, I noticed, like looking back at some old videos I had, I'm just like, oh my god, this is like super embarrassing. Like the information is technically correct, but at the same time, like I would teach things so much more differently now.
Yeah.
It's a skill that I think that a lot of people take for granted. And like for me, I don't know if you guys know about the disorder called BPD.
Yeah, I absolutely do. I've had girlfriends with that, unfortunately.
BPD?
Borderline personality.
Borderline.
Yeah.
I've been struggling with that for a pretty long time, and it took me about almost a decade to get to where I am now, like with therapy and stuff.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Yeah, thoughts of anger.
David's playing Dodge the Goth.
That's pretty cool.
He's the Joker.
Ooh, victory for David.
I think for me the biggest thing that helped me get through it was
This show ain't no good.
Shut up, Joker.
Sorry.
Hopefully, wouldn't that be funny if, like, it's gonna give you like 3 random thumbnails to use for the video? Wouldn't it be funny if one of them was him with the smiley face?
in my
That'd be awesome.
other Google Hangout. There's a guy named Kermit the Frog that does like Kermit gifs.
Nice.
Fun shit.
Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit the Frog here. I'm gonna fuck you with a dildo.
Somebody just did it perfectly.
That was me.
Oh, awesome. Say it.
Was it a pork dildo?
David, don't reject it. You're Joker now. Stop rejecting it.
I thought burial.
Please don't put my head into a pencil.
I will make you sideways, Joker.
No!
I don't know why this is so entertaining, but it kind of is.
Well, we kept doing it. Last time we kept doing it. We kept doing it to Ray.
Yeah,
He was
because
like
who
not
doesn't
paying
want to
attention.
see Ray with nipples? I was drawing abs and nipples for him for some reason. Just like, fuck it.
I gave that other guy a swastika.
Also, I gave everybody swastikas, and I also gave Ray a top hat.
Nice.
Hat and a
He
mustache.
didn't look particularly amused.
Hey, David. Do you make music? Do you make music, David?
Do I make music?
Yeah.
I haven't made my own music, but I usually do traditional stuff. But I'm open to anything, except for
okay.
rap. I'm not really into rap.
Rap is boring as fuck. Same thing over and over.
Well, there could
I
be
don't
good
know.
rap, but I
There's
don't
some
really-
interesting rap, but I think it's like a very small portion of what gets out there.
You
Yeah.
have to be
I
very.
don't like it when they have instruments like violins or trumpets or saxophones.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot better.
I
Yeah.
like rap that has real lyrics and that is very intelligent.
When they're not just rapping too, when they add actual singing and a story, something, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of the same criticism I have of punk music a lot of the time. Where they're like, punk music, a lot of times the vocals are like, da 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 da. And I'm like, it's so monotone.
You can't relate to it because they make an image to where it's one thing, and if you're not that into that image, you're not into it. Like when
Yeah.
music is a little bit more open, anyone can be into it. When
Yeah,
when it's
totally.
open-ended.
What are you doing right there?
Yeah, it's a good point.
When
That's-
it doesn't take itself so seriously.
My daughter raps, and it's been recorded in studio already, but I'm telling you, it's never gonna make it to anything because it is so vulgar and so angry. You wouldn't believe that this 4'9" girl that weighs like 80 pounds could sound just so angry and vulgar.
What does she rap about the hood? I got a 9 in my pocket.
No, she raps about
And I got a 12 in my pants.
and how much she likes sex, which is
Justin's all in bed.
My brother.
yeah.
Heath O'Day's all in bed.
Trying to seduce
Hey.
us. Seducing us, Justin.
He's got the sexy pose.
I think the first
Go
line.
like this, Heath O'Day. Go like this.
The first line is really just
He's milking his udders.
It's a good thing that Ray isn't here. He'd explode. His head would just burst.
Did somebody say
and hoes
I'm just saying 2 sleeping
and
tablets.
girls that like hoes.
What's that?
Really? Wow.
Damn it, it went away.
Send me to sleep.
Kevin, I
Hail your Führer.
Hail
Hail Rizzle, may the Everclear preserve him.
Forever.
Whoa, that is a sweet mask.
I feel like a luchador.
What mask? What? What are you guys seeing? Oh, I see it now.
Oh my
I feel like
god.
There you go.
the ultimate warrior.
Oh man.
Perfect.
Free Randy Savage. Oh yeah.
Do you guys know about this game called Rhythm Heaven Fever? It's basically a rhythm mini game type of thing, but there's one specifically that is the best thing ever.
Fedora.
You gotta look up Rhythm Heaven Fever luchador game. It is the most fantastic thing ever.
I'm just fucking dying over here, goddammit.
Man, we just became like so dorky out of nowhere.
I don't know if we just became it, but
No, we
It was already there.
It was under the
It was lurking in the background.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
He turned me into a beta diver.
He became beta for a second.
Beta diver.
He's a beta.
I'm beta as fuck.
Where's
Stop moving your tits. Sir,
Oh,
stop moving your tits.
I need a fez.
Where's the
Oh man.
If you would stop moving around, I could add a fez, you twat.
Hey guys, I can do the ladies, man. Yes, this is my name is Leon Phelps, and I'm the ladies man.
There.
I like you sit down with a bottle of Cavassier, the good stuff. Ooh, it's a lady. Ooh.
Giggity.
Altilagi.
I would suggest that you put mayonnaise in that. That will.
Techno Viking.
Egger Vikinger.
I'm gonna take a quick break,
A
guys.
Batman Viking.
Techno Viking.
Batman.
We call it a Viking.
This is getting stupid fast.
It's degenerating.
I will take a bathroom in the chair.
Wow, guys, I just got the video of my daughter's probation officer.
She's got a probation officer.
Yes, and she skipped probation. So they're looking for her, and it sucks.
Is it upside down?
It sucks.
Because I can't have it upside down, bitch.
Now it looks like a Kitsune mask.
Thanks to you guys, I can dissociate from that and forget about it for right now.
Notice me, senpai.
Notice
me, senpai. Senpai, notice me.
2D booty is addictive.
Eyes wide shut.
It looks like a cat mask.
It's like eyes wide shut.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the greatest video of all time.
Going to the bathroom break.
He's so like, no. Damn it!
It's infectious.
It's the infection of the Nazis.
You must infect the virus.
Yes, there's little teeny 1 inch tall Nazis that control my brain.
What the fuck is
1 inch? Teeny. Man.
That's why people with small dicks are so mad, because they have. I'm fucking that joke up. Damn it!
The setup was bad.
God damn it! Your face keeps disappearing. You dickhead.
And, to say something, Curse Kitten. State.
I don't know what to say.
Look, I don't have time for this shit.
Words and stuff.
Finally, I get to hear you say something.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I got no time for that.
Ain't nobody got time
Oh,
for that.
I found the best video ever, Kate.
It was about your mom game.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yes.
State. What state are you in?
I'm in Australia.
Okay.
The greatest
South
State of
Australia.
Australia. America's going to take over Australia soon.
They finally got rid of. They
Yeah,
finally got rid of that rad prime minister. People are rejoicing.
So how many things have tried to kill you today?
Today?
You get sick of counting.
In Canada, at least it's one thing. It's always the climate. The climate is just always trying to kill you, so you don't have to guess.
I live in Chicago.
Well, at least you
Just
get to
stay
die
away
in the
from other
cold.
people and you'll be fine.
Blazing heat.
But
And
you have to
kill
admit, that causes like evolution of tougher, stronger humans.
Yeah, I would say that tougher, but not always necessarily more intelligent.
I don't know. I'd say higher gravity does that.
I know where I live, you have to be tough because
Where do you live?
you might have to climb all the way up a mountain.
Where do you live?
I live in North Carolina.
I live in Texas.
I live in the little bitty part of North Carolina that's in the mountains.
I live in the big state full of big idiots. Even in Austin, which is mostly liberal, there's liberal idiots.
Texas does some things right.
What? What do they do right?
I lived in Fort Worth one time.
Mostly their gun laws are better than some of the laws around here.
Yes,
that's for sure.
we can own machine guns, which allowed some crazy-ass Christian terrorists to shoot up a place.
No, but the simple fact that they allow you to protect your home is possibly...
You would need a M60 to protect your home.
That's excessive.
Only automatic.
That's excessive.
What? M60 is underpowered.
This little thing? Nah.
This little thing, it's not like it's going to tear a giant-ass hole into your ass.
50 caliber GTFO.
Yeah, fucking shit.
You know, thank goodness for my state, North Carolina, because we mined gems and minerals. And so back in the 60s and 70s, everybody bought their mineral rights. So no fracking where I live, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, there's fracking around here. Whenever I go outside, when I go to any other city, well, not any other city really, but it's like 8 out of 10 cities in Texas have a fracking operation right next to the water supply. So when you drink the water, you can taste the methane.
That's no good.
Yeah.
And you make
That's when
Turkish
you're in the
coffee?
shower and you fart.
It actually turns me yellow when I drink it. I become Asian for a day.
How is that?
I can't tell if this is a joke.
Well, because like the methane is really poisonous, so like whenever it goes into your system, do I have to
Sounds like
explain fucking biology to you?
That sounds like a severe form of jaundice.
Yeah, I mean, there was one family that had a fracking operation right next to their house. They had their lymph nodes were swollen and they would vomit up foam.
That's a health hazard.
Yeah, but whenever the family tried to sue the company and wanted money to move, they lost the case, even though it was right next
I
to
just
the
wanted
house.
to warn you that Pandora's probation officer just came by here, and he's headed to your house. I just wanted to warn you. Okay. All right, bye. Sorry, guys.
Eavesdropping.
Sorry, guys. Have to tell people when the cops are coming their way, because who wants to be surprised?
Surprise, butt sex.
Surprise, dead children.
Oh boy.
Surprise, space Nazis.
Surprise!
Space Nazis?
Surprise! Cops enforcing the drug war.
I hope that there are no space Nazis.
That would be
You
scary.
know, maybe they went to space. Maybe it's like Wolfenstein. They're on the moon.
Or
That would
Iron
be-
Sky.
Did you guys see the
Motherfucking
pilot
zombies.
for the movie where they have like Nazis under? There's like another world underground, and then there's Hitler riding a dinosaur.
Oh, that would be badass. That would be badass as hell.
What is this called?
There, I was searching through one of the YouTube channels that does like the movie pilots or whatever, it compiles them. And one of the pilots was for like the Nazis are underground in like a subterranean world, and
And it was,
Hitler
like,
was riding a dinosaur.
And they're like, all the Nazis are like part Blizzard now. Stop drawing dicks, David.
Hey. I
I'll
just
smack your dick into the ground.
our probation officer was just here, and he's headed towards my mom's house. So I don't know what she's gonna tell him, but I told her last week.
Yes, you have. Stop lying to yourself, David. You
I'm probably gonna have to go back to school in a bit myself.
Hey, I'm a pussy, not a dick.
Yeah, there was no mention of you or anything like that. So
I'm a lizard pussy.
yes.
Whoa. Then what an amalgamate.
Yeah, this one's
Sorry,
really
guys.
but
What do you have in your hand? Oh, have
It's
you
a tiny
guys
alcohol
cut
stove.
the bottom off the soda cans?
No, it's
Oh.
a alcohol stove.
What?
It's a alcohol stove.
What the fuck is that supposed to do?
Like runs on sterno.
Oh yeah, whatever flammable liquid you can get your hands on, I guess.
Isopropyl 91-99% is good. Heat is good, just not the
The problem
iso.
with me and flammable
Sterno
liquid
is awful if
I'm
you
probably
get
going to
it
cause a giant fire.
because
I just love burning the living shit out of everything.
Well, remember how I said I live in a frozen?
Motherfuckers.
Remember how I said I live
Mr.
in a
Jackal?
frozen wasteland?
Yeah.
One of the things that happens regularly every year is that people freeze to death here, and I have a backpack that I take with me pretty much whenever I go out to do work or whenever I'm going to be outside the house for any period of time. And I keep a bottle of isopropyl alcohol in there, mostly for doing things like cleaning or shoe polish type of stuff or whatever. But if I did get broken down, or if like a vehicle breaks down or whatever and I get stranded, I could just put that in there and I have a lighter, so I'll just have a little alcohol stove to not freeze to death for a while I probably get some other stuff to burn, which will also keep me from dying.
I always carry 3 lighters with me. Just a minimum, 3 lighters. In case random shit happens and it gets dark.
I carry a book bag also that has weird things in it in case I get stuck somewhere. But that comes from a whole different story where my brother raised me as a survivalist. But I don't go anywhere without my book bag.
Check this out. My dad gave me this storm lighter that I refurbished.
That looks amazing. I want that now.
It's
Give me it.
super cool.
Give me it. I need to get refillable lighters because I really hate the little big lighters you get, and mine just went dead, and I have to find this little red one which has like a shit ton of gas in it. Halfway full.
Speaking of
In your
compasses
survival,
and stuff.
Skillen probably knows this. If you keep in your survival kit, you have needles and stuff for sewing, like whatever. If you keep a magnet in there, you can magnetize that needle and then use it as a compass.
Yeah, it works better to actually just have a compass, in my opinion. But
Well,
yeah, you can do that.
I mean, well, say, if you lost it and then you just had that, like.
Oh yeah.
You know?
So I've got this, which is super cool.
But it's always good to keep more than one. Stop it! I'll kill you! I'll murder you! Let me be serious.
I call that one of my friends is he's like I want the dragon fire, and then he'll spark it a bunch. I'm like, you're gonna use up all of my ferro rod. I got this, which is pretty awesome. It's a wire saw.
So what?
It's
wire saw.
Yeah, it's a saw that is made out of a piece of wire. You uncoil
so you
this.
put something
and you go.
inside like a little circle and go. Shk.
Oh no!
With, fiber wire like.
You can use it like
just
a
have
garrote.
it folded up.
You can either
I just have it folded
use the
up.
wire, or you could take 2 sticks and put a hole through them, and then use them like a garrote and go back and forth.
Yeah, actually. Hold on.
Or you could choke a bitch. You know.
Fucking love fiber
You
wire.
can use them as rods.
Or cutting off.
See, this thing, it goes like this.
Try to choke a bitch.
Did you just?
rods.
It's
what did you say, Athena?
kind of.
I said I'd like to see you try to choke a bitch.
Well.
Go like this, and you'll saw through
one
stuff.
like 6 foot.
Well, are you taking that
And about,
personally?
like,
Because I don't remember calling you a bitch.
as big as a semi truck. I think it'll be kind of easy for me to choke a bitch.
I was just
Whoa.
silly.
I know.
There's some seriously foul language in Logic Church today.
Hold on.
We
I'm
should have a
just messing with you
segment
guys.
about
Continue.
Our language. I'm a sailor.
Sailor Church.
I feel like there's a haze of like nitrous that is just like came over our Logic Church today.
Well, it's because I'm talking for the first time ever.
This one is awesome because it's not in degrees, it's in mils, which are, for every degree there are 2 mils. So it's just more precise on this compass. Yeah, I probably can't get it to focus, but it's very, they're very fine gradations.
Honestly, I would prefer everything to be in degrees because it's fucking easier. I hate all the. Oh, is it a mil?
A sensor tag.
The nice. The mils are. It's just like a military unit. It's there's for every degree there are 2 of them, and it just makes it so that when you're actually doing orienteering, it's more precise. So, whereas if you get a bearing and you would go off by like 10 feet with degrees, you'll only be off by 5 feet if you're using mils. Which, when you're trying to get through the woods or you're lost or whatever, it tends to make a huge difference in the long run. Yay.
Help you. What do you want me to help you with?
No.
Oh,
no,
that?
you do not get to speak, David. You will never get to speak. You little
sword. That's what happens. You get Senno sword.
Senno sword?
You use Senno sword.
Were we talking about the flatworm, the little purple thing that sword fight?
Oh yes.
About that
Yes.
on here, or was that a different hangout?
No, that was last Friday. That was on Friday. I think we were talking about the what I like to call jousting, aka the method of i.e. the method of reproduction for homosexual males.
Hey.
Jousting?
Yes.
So I do it a different way.
Wait, is this the same thing or different from docking?
Well, I don't know. I just call it jousting. It's basically like, they get going, and then they like run at each other, and one of them will it's like a slugs, right? One of them will impregnate the other one. That's the only explanation.
Hey,
it's more like
They're both male until one gets
Cody.
stung.
Cody,
it's more like the human centipede.
mating ritual. God damn it.
So they're
I know. I'm totally letting the secrets out. I have observed the homosexuals.
Damn it. Yeah, those are a secret.
Cody's
Those are
been
only
watching.
secret.
Skillet's been watching the homosexuals. Everyone.
Well,
Yeah,
it's more that
wanna join?
It's more that like I asked a series of questions and like I asked the hard hitting questions to bring the facts to you.
Oh, awesome! Good work.
Was it
I
Stefan
had
that
read
told
the
you?
same article that day, and
God damn it, Stefan.
flatworms literally turned female because they got stuck by the other male. That is amazing to me.
If anything, it was Justicar who inspired this.
Imagine if that
Justicar's a
happened.
little bitch.
That's all I'm saying. Because then all the homosexuals would get pregnant.
All of them. Every one of them.
Impregnate everyone.
Well,
I will impregnate Logic with my eggs.
Pokey, not the poker.
Well, I mean, right? The Christians are so afraid that the homosexuals are going to turn everyone into homosexuals. I mean, that's what they do, right? They find another guy and then they joust them.
They shouldn't be afraid of homosexual people. They should be afraid of us pansexuals.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it's like, how can like if you were going to turn a straight guy into a homosexual, you'll just turn him bi because you would still be attracted to guys. I mean, still be attracted to girls, but also guys.
Well, the Christians have found out that if challenged to a joust, and if they lose, they know that they will never go back. It will permanently alter their brain chemistry and turn them gay forever. It's just a fact of biology. Christian biology.
I always win.
Which is no biology at all.
I'm a winner, bitch.
I held a straight face for as long as possible.
Well, you mean what you can't be straight.
Buddy Jesus. Like on Dogma. The movie Dogma.
That movie was pretty great.
Was it worse or better than the movie Left Behind?
Dogma was actually making fun of Christians, so I'd say probably far better, but I haven't watched Left Behind. At least
I have to check that out.
Ooh, that is some serious science you are about to embark on.
I want to ask what happened to Nicolas Cage if he wanted to do that movie. I'm sorry, Athena.
Sorry.
He'll screw us up for anything.
I loved on Dogma how they made Chris Rock the angel, the guy that comes down and he says he's the 13th apostle, and he says, of course I'm not mentioned, I'm black. Do you think that they were going to say, hey, there was a 13th apostle who was black? It's hilarious. It is so hilarious.
No one talks about that.
I doubt the story altogether, so.
Yeah. Funny, though.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Hey, all the Space G'zi are black, aren't they? I mean, they get all of the Space G'zi, and they're all black, so...
Space Jesus?
Yeah, well, the plural of Jesus is not Jesus is, it's G'zi.
No, his name is pronounced Jesus. Space Jesus.
Yeah, it's Jesus, dude.
All Space G'zi are black.
No,
I mean,
Jesus.
H.P. Lovecraft made this very clear with Nyarlathotep. He's a Space Jesus.
Just look at Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. He's a Space Jesus.
Space Jesus.
Space
Jesus. Damn it.
Oh, Cthulhu is a Space Jesus, but Nyarlathotep is a more humanoid Space Jesus, and he is black. Black as the night. Although he has European features. Apparently.
Cthulhu is my little bitch.
Yeah? Are you gonna drive a boat through him to express your love?
Yes. I don't have love for him. You don't need to love your slave. What the fuck are you talking about?
You just need to drive the boat through him to show him who's boss.
No, you shove Jupiter up its... No, not Jupiter, he's a gas giant. You shove Mercury up his ass because, you know, it's like an anal bead for him. Octopussy, yes.
Just to let you know how annoying I am with my craziness, I have my own room like a child. And I'm 39.
Hey, you're crazy too? I'm crazy too. I killed people before. That's. There's something wrong.
Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy, guys.
Andrew, it's too late for you.
What? Don't tell Logic what to do. No, just kidding.
No, Andrew, Logic, you're crazy. That's why you have two names.
What?
That's why you have two names, Logic and Andrew. See, you have to split the personalities.
I have two names. I have two names because
Yeah,
society
Logic
is
He
prejudiced.
has 3. The third one is Spot Jr.
Andrew.
Spawn Jr., yes.
And I'm DJ Human. DJ Human.
What?
DJ Human.
Fuck are you? I'm crazy.
What am I talking about? Don't worry about it.
You're talking about Space Jesus again.
Oh right.
It's not just It's not just one Space Jesus. It's the Space Jesus. There are many of them, and they are all black.
How
Is
would you
this-
say like?
And one of them is Chinese.
Well, a black Chinese.
Yes, Chinese.
A black
Jesus.
Chinese.
No, it's Korean Jesus.
No.
Are they anything like the Jesuits from the Church of Gay?
Yeah, they must be, huh?
I don't know. I'm not an
do
expert
not
on
make fun of
Space
Gale.
Jesus.
That is my religion. Okay.
Maybe they are
Church of
hate
Gale is my church.
suicide.
And you are offending me.
No one cares, David. No one cares about your damn
I don't
feelings.
care. I
Shut
will
up.
tell. I will tell Data, and he will come and he will bring the Starship Enterprise. Stop it.
And the world
He's got a big mustache.
Don't forget the lasers.
You will
He needs
feel
lasers coming out of his
Enemy's
eyes.
wrath.
The lasers will smite you down.
Brett Spiner will use the band hammer on your ass.
Yes, lasers coming out of his eyes, though.
That's odd. Well, his eyes are like this, though. You'd think they'd be like, pew, right? But they're like pointing in different directions.
That makes them more powerful.
Like, yeah, but how would
He's
you
like a
ever-
chameleon.
You'd have to be like,
He looks like a guy from like the 19th century, with like fucking someone stabbed his eyes.
Because somehow
now those look like horns.
Because somehow face palming just doesn't cut it.
Space Jesus
he's
fucked his
the
eyes.
laser hipster.
Hey,
Laser hipster.
the lasers will fuck his eyeballs.
It looks like he's got horns or giant eyebrows. They look like giant red eyebrows.
Now they do, for sure.
Hey, everybody in the chat, fuck bitches every day.
It looks like Guy Fawkes.
Damn it, no one in the chat is responding to that. Damn it!
Nose!
You damn nerd.
Now
Yeah.
put the beard, you can be a good hipster.
Don't forget to give him a beanie.
He's like the Phantom of the Opera now.
Yeah.
He's the Lone
The
Ranger.
vampire.
Vampire of the Opera.
Oh no, this is turning into 50 Shades.
Uh-oh. Well, quick. Get that off before someone starts writing fan fiction.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
And Mr. Jekyll.
Hey, did you guys hear about the Fox News craziness where they're saying that 50 Shades of Grey should be banned because it teaches people to rape people?
How is this any different from the rad films that claim the same thing?
That is ridiculous.
I don't think it should be banned. I just don't want to be anywhere around it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I will advocate for things that I hate to be allowed to be seen. I just don't want to see them.
Right, well, it's more of a chick flick, obviously, but to be banned because, oh my gosh, they do a little bit of fun stuff in the
He's
bedroom.
a motherfucking pimp.
I think people on the far right don't realize that they're just as bad as the liberals that they criticize.
Yeah.
And the irony is just laughable. It's like you both are basically saying the same thing. Only one person is conservative and the other person is the opposite of conservative.
Do you notice something about either one of them? That they want to protect someone, that they always want to protect someone that the
Never
person
ask for their
doesn't
protection.
Like liberals try to protect gays, and gays are like, "Can you please fuck off?"
Well, the thing about like people on the far left is like, have you ever heard of TERFs?
Yeah.
They don't have a problem with people being gay, but it's like they consider anybody that is a traitor. It's like, you people have issues. Serious issues.
Don't we all have issues?
Yes.
Well,
Athena doesn't have any issues since she's
At
the
least
goddess of unicorns.
I think the difference is we try and figure ours out, and they are content with theirs.
The absolute funniest thing to me, though,
Athena, go get an ice cream cone and put it on your head.
the funniest thing about 50 Shades to me is like how the BDSM community is all like up in arms over this thing, and they're like, they're not really doing BDSM. They get like all worked up about it.
Shit. They do some weird shit in that shit. I mean, it's fucking him.
My desires are unconventional.
My desires are unconventional. No, they're pretty conventional, you little bitch. But I'm special. No, you're not special. Go fuck off.
Fuck off! I think that's what they're trying to do.
Guys, but do you,
They want to
do
bring
you have
this
that internal
people
battle?
that want to shove a giant bottle up your ass.
Like guys, I'll go for a walk and I'll be thinking about something and be like, yeah, I can do it. Wait, no, maybe I can't do it. But yeah, I can do it. No, maybe I can't do it. Sometimes I have little like battles inside myself. That's why I do stuff like I have this thing where I look in the mirror and I put my hands up and I'm like, I'm a lion. I'm like, I'm a lion, man. I'm gonna be strong.
I'm a lion.
You're a wizard,
No,
Harry.
I'm a lizard.
Well, no, it's just because when I was a kid, my father would have ridiculous expectations of me. So now when I think, I have to like triple and quadruple check myself to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. So I mean, like, it's interesting how our experiences do that to us.
Yeah, my dad's just like, yeah, don't end up like me.
What does it say?
Those are my dogs.
Doesn't matter. It smells really bad. The paint.
It has a duct tape smell, you know?
No, it's.
Well, I don't personally know, but I hear about it often, you know, from girlfriend. Never mind.
Whips and chains.
Don't discriminate.
Man, last night I was working with my cousin at that moving job, and this thing had dragged on for like 12 hours, and we were both exhausted, so we just started making like some of the lamest jokes possible. And one of the things was we were like, "Oh, what's your power animal, man?" Right? I'm like, you need to find out what your power animal is, and just channel that, and you know, you'll just be able to keep going, right? And we went back and forth. I'm like, I don't know. I think your power animal is a pickup truck. And he's like, yeah, man, it's totally my power animal. And then he's like, what's your power animal? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, maybe I'm my own power animal. And then he's like, no, man, a werewolf is your power animal. I was like, yes, totally. It has to be.
I am a lizard with
And he
tentacles.
goes back to Fight Club, where he's like, slide.
I will fuck you up with my tentacles.
Well, you very well could be a lizard with tentacles. I mean, it's the internet. Nobody
born
knows
with
you're
scales.
a tentacle lizard. Nobody knows you're a tentacle lizard on the internet.
Is that what we should call you?
I'm a tentacle lizardkin with 21 headmates.
I just need to figure a way how to add tentacles to my head.
This is just my mask,
I'll
and
just
if I
probably
was
make dreadlocks.
I would be like Dick Cheney underneath or something.
No, not Dick Cheney. No.
Dick Cheney is your power animal.
Don't insult yourself like that.
Maybe
I am
Dick Cheney
Dick
is Dave's
Cheney.
power animal.
I haven't killed yet.
He's my Pokemon.
Oh no! That's the most powerful Pokemon.
I have
Hunting accent. It's super effective.
I infiltrated as a woman, but really,
You're a reptile person.
yes, I'm
Exactly. I was just about to say that she's a reptilian.
Somebody found it out. Oh my god.
What? Like, man, I just imagine like the Dick Cheney as a Pokemon. It's like Dick Cheney uses hunting accident. It's super effective.
One hit KO.
Misfire. Misfire. Go. 50 damage.
Dick Cheney used friendly fire. Special attack raised by 30.
Yeah, friendly fire.
If I did
Aim
what he
without
did,
looking.
if I did what he did, I'd be in jail for a very long time, and I'd never be able to have firearms ever again.
It's the Batman paradox. You're only a Batman if you have a whole bunch of money and power. Otherwise, you're a criminal.
This is true.
When Batman does it, it's vigilantism. When a civilian does it, it's crime.
Exactly, right? It's like, well, you know, I'm rich, and because I'm rich, my morals matter more than the justice system. Because Batman.
I'm not the Batman City
guy who
deserter,
went into
but I'm the
a
one who
theater and threw smoke bombs and dressed as the Joker. That's a case in point to we don't do that in real life.
They're giving the Joker a new superpower.
They already did.
What?
They already did give the Joker a superpower.
What was it?
Immortality. That's how he survives all of his crazy escapades.
Wow.
It seems kind of fitting. It's like, oh, okay.
I can't die. I'll just rot in this cell for the rest of eternity.
Well, I mean, at least it's not like, oh, he has psychic powers or something. It's already something that he kind of had anyways. I think it's like healing factor, like Wolverine style immortality. I think it's based off of like the Ra's al Ghul Lazarus Pit chemical.
Yeah. Have you heard about the Suicide Squad movie?
I didn't hear about the movie, but I know about the Suicide Squad thing.
They're planning a Suicide Squad movie maybe in the next 6 years or so. It's gonna
That
be
might be interesting.
They started casting for it, and Harley Quinn is supposed to be the Joker's daughter for some odd reason.
That is kind of odd.
Very.
Considering. But, yeah, I always found the villains to be a far more interesting character in most comic books. A lot of times the hero is like really reactive and the villain's actually trying to accomplish something. I'm like, I kind of want to see what would happen if they just won. Like, they actually want to change stuff.
That's the Joker's biggest joke, because without him, Batman wouldn't be Batman, right? That's
pretty much.
That's the joke.
I think the other joke is that they're pretty similar. It's just he's like,
Notice
Yeah.
how like most of the superheroes are like these bland characters.
oh, they're super boring.
Like I can only think of a select few that actually have like real personalities. The rest of them are just neutral mask.
And I mean, like, even, I guess, they're usually defined by, like, a characteristic, like, oh, Spider-Man, it's like, oh, he's got snark, but...
He doesn't have a personality beyond that. It's like, there's no real depth to him as a person.
Yeah, like, beyond, it doesn't seem like he's actually trying to accomplish anything, like, know of any like long-term goals that he has other than to keep being Spider-Man.
I mean, he likes to just play around with his webs.
Like we know that he's into Mary Jane. We know that he loves his family, and that he's into different scientific things when it comes down to engineering, robotics, and stuff like that. But it's like beyond that.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
I mean, look at, for instance, Dr. Octopus. He's like, oh, I'm trying to create free energy for the world with this like tiny star thing. Or even in the Reptile, right? He's like, oh, I'm trying to come up with science that will allow people to regrow limbs. And it's like they're actually trying to do things. They have goals that are interesting, you know, and they take actions to accomplish those goals.
I think that was kind of why, like, the Spider-Man series that they did, like, in the early 2000s, because they actually gave the character some emotion.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even... when you're writing a character, you don't even necessarily need to go crazy in depth and, like, make them hyper-realistic. You just need to come up with things, motivations and goals and things that, you know, either that person... Things that drive them forward instead of just constantly being like, oh, I'm going to reinforce the status quo. Like, that's what a lot of times superheroes do. It's like, oh, I need to be like far above the norm in order to reinforce how normal everybody else is. And it's like, okay.
Have you seen the new Thor, the female Thor?
No.
I've read through some of the comics, and the writing is just horrendous.
I saw a video from, I think, V. Morrow, or V... I don't know how to pronounce his name, but... Yeah, and he like had a clip from that. I just bust out laughing when it's like, it's super hardcore alienating the audience, and I was like, wow, okay. You know, they really hate the people who are giving them money, I guess. Ugh.
It's like, yeah, anybody can be Thor, but you just basically fucked over your whole entire fan base to push propaganda.
Yeah, well, one of the specific point, I really liked the video he made because it was like super specifically like the villain was basically saying what everybody was, where it's like, oh, well, is Thor gonna like stop talking about calling women wenches? Is he gonna stop like drinking all the time and being unruly and stuff? And it's just like, basically Thor's response was, fuck you, I'm gonna smack you down with feminist power. And I was like, okay, like, it doesn't seem like they're really, you know, building off of the audience they've been working towards to obtain over the last years, you know?
It basically hijacked the original comic.
It's just a very odd choice to me. I don't particularly understand what... Like, if they at least did a good job of it and made it interesting, it would be a little bit different, but it just seems like they're like, here's feminist propaganda from the mouth of Thor as a woman. And I'm like, well, I don't want feminist propaganda. I want an interesting story.
I want Thor's character. I don't want some other character that we know nothing about. It clearly has an agenda.
Yeah, that's really stupid.
Why not just create some female superhero that's not already established?
That's the main thing that I don't seem to understand, is that a lot of these super progressive people are pushing for equality in like comics or whatever, and it's like, you completely said fuck you to the indie scene, and you're just trying to hijack the already established comics. And it's like, really? I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of comic superheroes out there that are female that they could promote and possibly sell off to like Marvel or DC or something like that, and that would be great. But it's like they don't do that; they ignore those.
Well, you see, that's because it doesn't help the narrative. It doesn't further the narrative. Oh, you know, how do we have that?
It's basically like, we won't create a new superhero because we need to hijack the old ones to push the fact that there aren't already a bunch of well-known ones. It's like,
Well,
they're
there
gonna
there
come
are
back-
a bunch of well-known ones. It's like, oh, what about Wonder Woman? What about Storm? What about Jubilee? Like,
Black Widow.
They consider those sexist and pandering to the male gaze, and I was just like,
oh, what about Thor then? It's like, oh, so what you need to do is you need to take something that was a man and then turn it into pretty much the exact same thing, but also spewing feminist rhetoric, and now it's good because you didn't, not just because it spews feminist, not because it's not sexualized or anything, but because it used to be a man, so we gotta kick the audience members in the teeth there, and then it just spews feminist rhetoric instead of being in interesting stories. So gotta double down and.
you not only have to get a female you not only have to get a female superhero out there, you also have to take away from the male superheroes that are already established.
That seems to be the case. It's like, oh, unless you're taking away from something else in order to further your goal, you're not actually succeeding. You're not successful.
Pretty much.
That's kind of sad to me, actually, that somebody has that mentality. It's kind of disturbing.
I remember there was a conversation that I had on YouTube with some people, and they were basically trying to say that Caucasian people don't have a culture, and the cultural appropriation thing, Caucasian people don't have a culture, and everything that Caucasian people do was stolen from another culture, and that Caucasian culture is no culture, and it's like, you realize you just contradicted yourself like 3 times within one paragraph, right?
They've never heard of rednecks before.
If white people don't have a culture and everything that they take is from another culture, then isn't your culture their culture?
Oh, yeah, well, it's kind of like we're all human beings, right?
And it's like, you take it, and if you do something from white people, aren't you culturally appropriating the culture that they took that thing from?
Well, they're not white, so they can't. They're incapable of it.
I like how people think that white people can't can't have relationships with like other skin colors because they think like they're separate species.
That's bullshit.
Because they actually say that. They actually say that.
This is what I was talking about how social justice warriors are literally like, you all need to stay inside of your box. You can't have any part of any other culture or experience anything outside of your box, and your box is no box. You're not allowed to even have a cultural box. The funniest part to me is that it's like, oh, white people don't have, Caucasians don't have culture. It's like, yeah, you're right, we don't have a culture. There are many different groups of us. It's like they're all, like, German culture is not like Russian culture, is not like Spanish culture.
If that's the case, you should stop using the fucking internet and give back writing, because Caucasian people have something to do with that. It's just ridiculous.
All of human history, all of human society, from all over the world, has been culturally appropriated. There's no pure one.
And it's like, why does it matter? As long as what's created is better than the original thing that it came from, I don't see a problem.
Well, that's why I don't like the idea of cultural appropriation in general. It's like, oh, yeah, guess what? Jazz music is a combination of different things. Most new things are not purely new things that sprung forth solely ex nihilo, right?
Yeah.
It's combinations of other things. You mix things together, and that's how cultures develop and grow. You don't want to just, like, stagnate just because, you don't want to just, like, put a kibosh on any development just because, oh, well, this came from somewhere else. Well, guess what? Pretty much everything you're going to ever come up with or do was done somewhere else. So
they're trying to draw a fine line where they're unable to draw one.
Well, what it comes down to is you're not allowed to have a culture or an identity because you're not a part of the groups that we're allowing to.
You're considered the oppressor. So therefore, you steal.
You're not allowed to have anything
from someone else, and it's like, somebody was going over this a little while ago. I think it was Karen Strong. She brought up an interesting point, and she was like, a lot of people have this there's the slave and the master mentality, and that the slave mentality is to take everything from the master.
Hmm.
And it's like basically you're oppressing yourself by constantly stating and trying to perpetuate that you are oppressed. You're oppressing yourself. Take care.
Oh, is everybody going?
I'm still gonna be on.
I think I'm gonna go because my medicine is kicking in and it's making me very.
Okay. All right, you guys. Yeah, we were on for a good while, so we could just end it here.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good place.
Okay.
Thank you, Logic. And
All right. Take care, guys.
if you have
See you
anything
guys.
this evening this week, make sure you send me an invite.
All right. See you guys.
See ya. Also, everybody in chat, bye, bitch!